Good afternoon and Happy New Year. It's Sunday, January 4th, 2026, 1 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. You're watching Co-op for Two. My name is Jesse, and you're joining me for our Sunday live playthrough. Although today we've got something a little bit different. Normally on Sundays we play a continuing play-by-mail game. Taking a little bit of a break while we readjust schedules, decide when to start some custom improvisational play-by-mail games we have. We've also got a new Deadbolt Mystery Society mail-based game that should be arriving any day now. We'll probably play that first. So today we're going to let the audience choose what to play from these three games I have in front of me. I'll put my hand on the scale a little bit. We'll talk about these different games. I think maybe we'll actually open up and look at all three today because I really don't know quite what to expect, but we'll get to that. Let's check in with the chat first, do some bookkeeping. We've got our regulars here, but we've also got some new visitors stopping by, perhaps some people who discovered the channel because YouTube recommended my top 10 videos of top 10 narrative mystery games of 2025. I've been trying to catch up on reviews, so there are a bunch of reviews queued up on YouTube. They'll be released as we go. Greg and I reviewed our first impressions of Kinfire Chronicles, a new campaign game that we started. Last month in December, we had a sort of marathon month. Normally in Christmas, I might try to play some variety of things and then maybe come in New Year's, but we did so much streaming, so much playthrough in December, trying to get these hunt-a-killer games played, that at the end of December, I was just completely burned out and had to take a few days off. That's why this is the first time you're seeing me since New Year's, so I do hope everyone had a nice New Year's celebration. We streamed for about 85 hours in December playing through the Hunt-a-Killer games. I'm going to make my normal pitch here to consider becoming a Patreon supporter of this channel. That's what allowed me to purchase these games. There's no other funding for this channel. I don't take any review copies or paid content. And not to put any pressure on you, but we did lose since December. We lost a couple of Patreon supporters. That's okay. That's how things go. But if you are in a position to support the channel, I would appreciate it. You will get a little bit early access to some of the review videos, but that's about it. If you're not in a position to support the channel, don't stress, don't worry about it, but you can join me in thanking the Patreon supporters of the channel that make it possible to purchase the games that get played here. And yes, you can see I am wearing my Mockery Manor t-shirt, which I purchased, by the way. Mockery Manor was my #1 recommended game of 2025. We will be getting back to some normally scheduled playthroughs on the channel. I do want to play a couple more games of Vantage soon so that I can record a review of it. And then I think what I'm also most looking forward to is playing some, after all of the Hunt-a-Killer internet-focused stuff, I really want to play some non-internet-focused games. And I'm thinking what I'd really like to play. The Japanese have a cultural thing where they say, start the new year off, start New Year's Day off the way you want to live the rest of the year. And in addition to cleaning the house, I think what I would like to do is play some of the classic original Sherlock Holmes consulting detective cases that we haven't played on the channel. And that means the Mansion Murders box, the blue standalone box expansion, or maybe the Space Cowboys version. I'm not sure exactly which version we'll play, but I think in the next couple days we'll start playing that set. All right. Looks like we've got a couple of the old timers here today too, and Tina. There's a little discussion in the chat about the world clock. It's not automatic. If you want your location to be on that world clock in the beginning, just send me some information. There's a Board Game Geek guild for this channel. That's just a little forum where we plan out what games to play and when. And if you want to join for a live stream and there's a particular game you want to see get played, jump to the Board Game Geek Guild. There's also a Discord where I am constantly every waking hour of the day. The other thing I should mention that I've been doing for the last week or two is going as hard as I can on the New York Noir to-do list. And I think maybe on Sunday, next Sunday, we'll do a New York Noir update. That's the board game that I've been working on, and it's getting very close to being polished up. Peter has been working on the online map tools, which really work well now. So kind of exciting times for New York Noir. I think we'll be playing a whole bunch of New York Noir cases this year on the channel. All right, shall we get to today's game? Is there anything else people have been working on? Any projects you want to talk about? I did see on the channel somewhere George Costanza, otherwise known as Sherm, and he is entering the local board game design competition here in Champaign, the Kudo Plays competition. His game is looking very good. I need to play the most recent version. I can see in the Discord, in the other Discord, some discussion of some new rules and features I'm curious to try. And the rest of the channel is talking about the Three Secrets game, which we sometimes play on Sundays, but we are going to be doing something different today. All right, please do feel free to share the projects you've been working on, or let us know how your New Year went. Paul Davies says, will we be able to buy hard copies of New York Noir? I believe the answer is yes. I think we've gone so far now, you can see the box on the shelf behind me, that we are going to find a place to get it printed. It won't be cheap. The cost of printing board games is huge when the quantities are small, and it drops significantly as the quantities go higher. So there's not going to be any attempt to make a profit on it, but we may run a Kickstarter just to try to get as many orders ahead of time as possible. I don't really want to be in the board game publishing business, so the more that I can hand that off to someone else, the better, but there will be a way to purchase a printed copy of it. Now, Anna, who's in the channel, has been writing cases, and we've got a whole bunch of people writing cases for it, including me. It may be that those cases, that there's such a large number of those cases, that it would, and they're so big, that it, like my case, my biggest case for New York Noir, called Foxtrot East, which you can download and play now, is like 300 pages. So it's probably impractical for us to include all these cases in printed form, but what I think we'll try to do is have the base contents available to purchase, and then you could download and play the cases, either printing them or play them on a PDF. But the online tools now for searching the directories and map are so good that it's almost easier to play the game on a device, although those of you who like this kind of game, like me, probably want the physical items in front of you. A little bit Checking in with the chat a little bit more. Do you think the Kickstarter will be available in Europe? I don't know. Why not? Psyche Law says cross-stitching, Christmas gifts or presents. Doris bought a circuit maker or Cricut, not circuit maker, Cricut. That's the thing that cuts. It's like a tiny little mini CNC. It can cut patterns in vinyl or stickers and stuff. Okay, let us talk about the games I have in front of me today for you to choose one from. Okay, so we're going to play one of these games today. Let me talk about what they are. Shadows in the Gallery is the newest game from Joe Smedley, who does the Cozy Killer games. These are big, giant, expensive, multi-part thing. We've played one big one on the channel. This was a much smaller one. It just delivered from Kickstarting. It says 2 to 4 hours. It's a World War II story with ciphers and code. I'm not too thrilled about jumping back into ciphers and codes after all the Hunt to Killer stuff. But otherwise, I think this is going to be mostly a classic cold case game. Physical documents, no internet. I suggest we don't play this today. I think we should schedule this on the channel with some advance notice. I try not to play games on Sunday at no notice that I think people might be interested in joining for. The Cozy Killer game that we played that was written by Joe Smedley was also a World War II set. It was called The Hidden Listener. Took us dozens of hours. It's a $300 game. We had mixed feelings about it, but the storytelling was great, and that's what Joe Smedley is good at. So I am interested in more World War II storytelling, but I would, my thumb on the scale is for one of these two. Okay, so let's talk about, the channel's going to vote at the end and we'll decide what to play. All right, so two games I have in front of me here. They're both small box games, and they both, I guess I need my glasses to actually look at what that says. Okay, so the difficulty here is 3.5 out of 5, 1 to 2 hours, 14 and up, 1 to 4 players. And what do we have here? 30 minutes, 12 and up, 1 to 4 players. Okay, so they're both soloable games. Now, Unboxed is not a brand new game. There are reviews of it on YouTube, mixed reviews from reviewers that got early copies. I don't know if it's just hit retail, but I did purchase both of these from Amazon. But you can watch some reviews and playthroughs maybe on YouTube. It was mentioned in the Discord because of its similarity to City of Six Moons, which is a very unusual, not even a puzzle game, but a board game with no rules. And the puzzle is to figure out the rules with a rule book written in some alien language. In fact, City of Six Moons came up as a bonus recommendation in my top games of 2025. So this game has some elements of that, but it's structured more like a puzzle game, a proper puzzle game. So let's just take a look at the back of this, and I think we might open it up. But let's look at the back. Welcome, students. I'm Dr. Ramos here just in time. We've uncovered 10 dig sites of ancient board games, and we need you to figure out how they were played. Just one problem, the centuries have not been kind to the rule book, so you're going to have to work together to infer the rules based on each game's symbology and your intuition. I hope you've been attending Board Game Night regularly. By the way, you can watch playthrough and discussion of City of Six Moons and a review on the channel if you're curious about City of Six Moons. Each dig site of the 10 will grant you a specific set of components to piece together a working rule set, and when you're done, you'll have a fully functional game Don't worry, I'll be there to provide hints. I'll also have a working theory of how the game probably works. So this is framed as a proper puzzle game, 10 little scenarios with hints and solutions, something that wasn't true in City of Six Moons. So I expect this to be a shallower, not as deep and rich an experience as City of Six Moons, but a very different kind of puzzle game. Pure puzzle, no story, just puzzle. But we could play a couple scenarios of that. Now, Without a Trace, what is this? No one knows. This just showed up on Amazon. It's a small little container. Let's read what the back says. Not your normal murder mystery, Without a Trace is a puzzle game with a murderous detective twist. You'll step into the mind of a master detective as you scour the evidence, uncover hidden puzzles, and try to piece together a case that is soaked in suspicion. So it looks like a cold case game with pieces of evidence, but it also is clearly a card-based game. 18 evidence pieces and then 30 answer cards and a hint book. There's only one way to find out. Gather your team or go it alone. Dive into the investigation. Embrace the suspense as every twist drags you deeper and every discovery pulls you closer until the final heart-pounding reveal. Can you solve Without a Trace? No mention of whether it needs the internet. But if it's got answer cards and a hint book, my guess is not. So there you have it. 3 games to vote on, although I really think we should save this one. I just brought it out because it's brand new. Maybe you want to look at it. So if we're in agreement that we're going to play one of these 2, let's go ahead and open the vote, but feel free to discuss it. What's the best view here? Feel free to discuss it while it's on screen. Remember, the way you vote is just say, I vote for, and then put one of these. You can't just name it. You have to say, vote for. That's how the script picks it up. Anna says her new case is almost ready for playtesters. Looks like 9 votes for Without a Trace. 10 votes for Without a Trace. This may not be the best. I am forever searching for a good view that shows the votes. Not used to having so many people here that it's asking to vote. Is it not? Maybe I just need to do it like this. Okay. All right, a couple for Unboxed, but clearly the overwhelming group here wants to play Without a Trace. Well, you know how these votes work. We'll eventually end up playing Unboxed as well. But it looks like today we will be playing Without a Trace. I guess the group is curious about what this strange new game is. All right, well, we could leave it open for a bit, but it seems pointless because the die has been cast. All right. So we are going to be playing Without a Trace today. true crime inspired puzzle game. Is that real? Is it really a true crime? Okay, game booklet and answers and items. Okay, so looks like we've got sort of a classic cold case game set of evidence, except in small format, almost like the Unsolved Case Files photo cases. All right, but I guess we're going to be playing a proper cold case game today. This is our solution that we're not supposed to read. And then these are just 2 decks of cards. They're not labeled differently in any way. Okay. Well, on a normal channel, you might expect me to have read the rules, but we're going to read them together here. Oh boy, already got some bad news. There's a QR code. It's all right, we can still do it if we have to, but... All right, contents, initial police report, photos, etc. Folded evidence, don't open until you're back in the car. That's got to be one of these. Okay, and then the confidential search warrant envelope, that's this. We don't know what that is. Okay, and then win cool prizes not required to play. Okay, wonderful. Then I'm not going to be dealing with it. Okay, remove all contents from the box. Set aside the request for a search warrant envelope and the folded evidence that says do not unfold until back in the car. Okay, so there's the do not unfold. Well, those go put aside. Cross-reference the components to make sure you have everything. We normally don't do that unless we get lost. Lay the answer cards red number side up. Set them in rows of number order. So these are apparently the answer cards, which it wants us to keep this direction. Now, already what's interesting is this is a little bit different. We've played a lot of these small box mystery games, and it's always fun to see something a little bit different. I'll tell you what this is reminding me of a little bit, which is those, this is just a blank card. Okay, it's reminding me a little bit of the, is it Professor Puzzle? The games that had, we played the Crypto Killer and Murder in Tinseltown. They were both card-based games that had a kind of way that you looked up whether you were right about things, although I used a different mechanic. Okay, so these are our numbered cards, and we won't need that. And we won't need this anymore, presumably. All right, so it wants us to lay these out in rows of number order. Don't look at the other stuff. So all the ones, all the twos, and so on. Okay. Does it want us to actually, I mean, I don't have enough vertical room, or maybe we'll do it like this. Is this really important? Or could I just be using a stack? Why do I have to lay them all out like this? Red numbers, set them in rows of number order. This seems like this is a little excessive. Maybe we'll go three columns. Somehow feels like this is not going to be necessary, but maybe it will be. I can see that on these cards there is writing, which is interesting. Like we've got 2 that have encrypted writing, 3 that have encrypted writing, the number 1s. 2s are description of places. 4 have pictures. 5 is alibi. 6 is times. 7 is amounts of money. 8 are just 3-digit numbers. Is this really what we should be doing for all of them? Seems like it's leaking information. Lay the answer cards in red number side up, set them in rows of number order, and then it says 4 tasks for number 7. Okay. I mean, try not to pay too close attention to these in case we shouldn't be looking at them, but that is, that's strange. That's a strange situation. All right, let's go back. It's a little awkward to have all these things out. As soon as we realize, as soon as it turns out we don't need to have them out, we'll restack them in a single deck. But for now, I'll just obey the rules. All right. Lay them out. Urgent investigation. Wasn't one of them hints, says the channel. Answer cards times 30. The hints are answer booklet. This just says answer cards times 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's about 30 there. All right. These are answer cards. Detective, we've got a highly sensitive case on our hands, and I'm counting on you to lead this investigation with precision and professionalism. A young woman has been reported missing under highly suspicious circumstances. As of now, there's no body. But the evidence we've gathered so far strongly suggests foul play. This case has the potential to unsettle the public, and we need to tread carefully. It's already attracting media interest, and the last thing we need is speculation running ahead of facts. That said, our primary concern is finding out exactly what has happened and ensuring that justice is served. Leave no stone unturned as you read the evidence. Scrutinize every clue and unravel the tangled web that conceals the truth. Your ability to connect the dots and think outside the box has always been your greatest strength. You may find having something to make notes useful. Okay? This isn't just about solving a crime. It's about finding the truth for the victim and their family. Every moment counts. I need you to lead this with the resolve and attention to detail I know you're capable of. Start by locating the neighbors' homes and where they live in relation to the victim. Use the IPR and the back of the aerial map to get started. The clock is ticking, Detective. Let's get to work. I know you won't let me down. With highest regards, Sir Walter Phillips, Chief of Police. Okay, so it's suggesting what evidence we start with, but it says, okay, go get started. But then if we flip the page, as you investigate this case, you will solve previously unanswered questions. When you think you have an answer, turn over the relevant answer card. If you're correct, the card will direct your next move. If you're incorrect, you will be asked to try again. Answers and solutions beyond this point. If you require help in solving the game's puzzle, consult the rest of the booklet. It contains step-by-step instructions on how to solve each puzzle. Consult these help sections only as a last resort. Okay, so that's it. So even though we've read that, we've got a very fun situation, which is we don't know how how we would do these. I'm guessing that at some point we're going to get questions and we're going to pick one card from each of the set. So it's like a multiple choice. So question 1 is going to be have an answer in one of these cards is my guess. Question 2, one of these cards, 3, one of these cards, and so on. And maybe we'll proceed linearly. I'm not sure. The game did have a suggestion about where to go, though, where to start. What was the game's suggestion? Start by locating the neighbors' homes where they live in relation to the victim. Use the IPR and the back of the aerial map. Of course, we don't know what the IPR is, but there's aerial map, IPR initial police report. Okay. So the rest of it is going through these documents. So let's just skim through them first. Most of these cold case games don't have a specific order. So it sounds like we're allowed to access all of these documents, except for the 2 that are in the box that we were told to set aside. All right, so let's go through these briefly, and then we'll go to the initial police report and such. In fact, no, let's start with where we're supposed to start before we start browsing. We've got our initial police report, and then we've got some aerial photo of the area. Looks like maybe this doesn't look like a photo, but... Okay, let's read our initial police report together. Remember, this should go without saying, but that's never stopped me before. This will be a one-time playthrough. This is like a $20 box. So if this looks like something you might want to play with your own group, you should stop watching now. You can go purchase it, play it with your group. You can watch this after the fact. And when we finish playing, those of you who have joined me for the playthrough will be reviewing it together. Okay. And Paul Grogan has stopped by to say hello. Very nice. Okay, you should check out Gaming Rules channel if you haven't already. Paul covers a huge number of great games. All right. Initial police report. Suspected murder. Persons of interest, the husband, Gareth Scott. That's it, just the husband. I guess that's realistic. It's almost always the husband. Last known location, South A533. 9:55 a.m. Tuesday, 2 persons in vehicle. Car registered to victim found at abandoned service station of the M56 Southside car park. Already it sounds like we are not in America. Let's see though. Considerable broken glass, significant blood spatter located on passenger door. Forensics have already confirmed this is the victim's car based on hair at the home address. 17 Maple Street. Seems like you should confirm it's her car based on registration, but you can confirm she was in the car. Okay, blood spatter suggests no likelihood of blood being deposited on offender. Blood spatter suggests no likelihood of blood spatter being deposited on the offender. I guess what they're saying is they see a spray of blood and it's uninterrupted, so it's not like someone was in the way of the blood. No additional DNA outside the victim's immediate family is evident on first inspection. And then there's a forensic report. Request to investigate suspected murder. Detective, be sure to carry out a thorough investigation. Read through everything twice. Find the killer and be swift. Start with the basics, door-to-door inquiries. Find out who the neighbors are. Where do they live? Sorry to do this to you, but take P.C. Phillips with you. He's on review at the moment for performance, and his investigation conduct, possibly his note-taking, is subpar. Okay, so we're carrying around a rookie with us. we're clearly in Europe. England, perhaps. All right, so we've got a missing woman. Her car is found abandoned, broken glass, and significant blood on the passenger door. They do forensics. We've confirmed it's her car. We've found her address, 17 Maple Street. We don't think there's blood spatter going to be found on the offender. And the only DNA is hers or from her immediate family, I guess. That's as close as they can say. And this suggests that we start with neighbors. Neighbors of where she lives or neighbor where the car is found. I'd like to find a witness. Now, what is this 2 persons in the vehicle? It's a little weird here. We have last known location, A533. Is that different from the M56 Southside car park? Are we saying that the last time she was seen was here and they're with someone else in the car, maybe her in the passenger seat, and now her car is found here? All right, we know her address, we know the address where the car was found, and possibly we know the address where the car was last seen. It's a little confusing. Okay, so here we go. Here is an aerial photograph of where she lives. All right, we're told she lives at 17 Maple Street. I like to get my stickers out. Okay, so there's her home. So she's got a neighbor in 19 and a direct neighbor in 15, but other neighbors less direct. Then across the way is Clover Lane. Now, is there any sign that one of these is where she was found? Let's see. What's this? It's just a pictorial sketch. Don't forget surname. Okay, well, there's her house, 19 on the right, 15 on the left, 19 on the right, 15 on the left. Okay, so just 2 different views. This one just focusing on these 6 houses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, fine. Doesn't look like there's any other information here for us. That's what it wanted us to start with, but clearly we don't know how to make any choices here. Without that, we're going to have to go through the rest of these documents in order to figure that out. Sounds like the UK. A roads are major routes, M roads are motorways. M56 motorway serves Cheshire and Greater Manchester areas of England, says Paul. All right, everyone agrees. Is BC Phillips the chief's son? That's an interesting point here. That Walter Phillips is the chief. And he's saying we should take PC Phillips with us, maybe his son. That's a good catch. All right, what we're going to do now is we're going to take our first break a little early. That will give those of you who think this game might be something you want to purchase time to escape. The rest of you, I'll see you back here in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Let's get started going through the rest of the evidence. The odd thing here is that we haven't found anything telling us on what questions we're trying to answer yet. Presumably, we're going to get a card here that does tell us. All right, let's just go through the rest of this evidence. We've got a photo at Cafe Russo, a man and a woman, 12:05 p.m., just after noon on Tuesday. Now, we should not lose our initial report. What have I done with it? We're already off to it. Okay, so last seen 9:55 a.m. on Tuesday, but here, if this is our girl, she's alive by noon on Tuesday. We don't know that that's our girl, of course. And we don't know who that guy is. All right, what else do we have here? Cell phone message. This is 9:43 a.m. Whoever this is having a chat with their son. Have you seen this for the party? Don't forget, party starts at 7 sharp. Hope to see you there. P.S. Regarding party music, 80s all the way. The son says, Mom, don't worry, it won't last. She's going to the party. It won't be next door. Love, it'll be so loud, I won't be able to hear my telly. He says, be careful what you're saying. John is sitting next to me. And then it looks like she's shifted to a code. And then he says, okay, Mom, on Tuesday I start my break at 7. Be there at 7:30. We'll talk then. Love you. And then it's in code. Is this really a mother and son talking? Let's look at it again. The person whose phone it is says, have you seen this? Question mark. For the party, don't forget, party starts at 7 sharp. Hope to see you there. Smiley face. Regarding party music, 80s all the way. Then he says, Mom, don't worry, it won't last. What won't last? Then he says, she's going to the party. It won't be next door. It'll be so loud I won't be able to hear my telly. And then he says, be careful what you're saying. John is sitting next to me. This looks like it should say what time. So WH and then the A turned into a K and the I turned out to an S. Let's see what is happening here, if that makes any sense. I'm proposing that that K should be an A. Let's just see if it's a Caesar shift. It's not a Caesar shift. If the K turns into an A, oh yeah, and the S turns into an I. Okay, so this is going to be Caesar shift. She shifted to code based on what he's saying. So now we can decode the rest of this, I think. So what is she saying at the end? She's finally shifted into, what time are you coming? POR is F. And then she didn't finish encrypting half of these words. What time are you coming for dinner, love? And then she goes to full code, which is SHES. She's QYD. GOT. She's got to go, probably. She's got to go. All right. I don't really fully understand this text message chain. It's weird. They're pretending. I start my break at 7. I'll be there at 7:30. We'll talk then. She's got to go. What time are you coming for dinner? Regarding the party music. It won't last. Maybe she... Okay, don't worry, it won't last. Maybe he's saying the party won't last. She's going to the party. It won't be next door. I don't really get that. But all right, we don't have to understand it yet. Let's just keep going. Do we have a phone number here? No. We just have a time. All right, what's this? Gareth Scott's planner. Gareth Scott is the husband. All right, let's see. What are we looking at? Remember, Tuesday is presumably when she's disappeared. What's on his schedule for Tuesday? 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. meeting canceled. Does it say to 11? What does it say? 10 a.m. team meeting. 10 a.m. team meeting was canceled. And then he doesn't have anything until 9 p.m. football at Meadowbank. 12 p.m. lunch. What's going on here? Why is this? Why does he have a 10 a.m. and then a 9 p.m. and then a noon? Maybe it means he penciled this in later. Kids swimming lesson. I guess they have kids. Pick up kids from school. Curry. Kids sleepover. Golf lesson. Okay, but he was supposed to be having lunch at noon and then nothing until then. What have we got here? His weekly planner is pick up dry cleaning, sort through charity, call Roy, order new kit, check printers prices, check time for curry on Thursday, ask Charlie about party, get car cleaned, and book hair appointment for next week, which she's already done. And his notes say Ari's party this Monday. And this is Monday. Okay. So the text messages are coming Monday. He's surely talking about Ari's party. Ari's party. So that seems relevant to us, although we don't know exactly why yet. Oh, look what's on the back of the post-it. Left at depository, see Keith about printouts. Firing off those numbers and symbols again. Need to fix the keyboard. Okay, so I can guess what that is trying to say. See key through printouts, firing off those numbers and symbols again. Need to fix the keyword. Okay. So if you had to guess what this is saying, I think what we would guess is that the number keys, when they get typed, are triggering as if you are holding shift. Firing those numbers and symbols again. Or something like that. Like some of the keys are being shifted. So we might, for example, look for some letters, some symbols, or numbers that represent a kind of code. See Keith about printouts. Need to fix the keyboard. Okay, and he's got a green pen. All right. So look for something typed that on a keyboard that isn't quite what it appears. Okay, looks like they've got a traffic camera grab. They've picked up a driver going 75 miles per hour in a car. One driver, one passenger. No further details. Registered keeper S. Scott. And then something about driver's license points. So this seems like it's about this. Okay, last seen South 8533 at 9:55 a.m. on Tuesday, 2 persons in vehicle. So here's her car. The camera has picked up there 2 people. This is exactly what was summarized at the top of that sheet. So she's on the A533 headed south. A driver and a passenger. John, can you send this off? I need my break. Off to Mum's for 7:30 p.m. Be back for the late shift. SW. SW, do you think that's Sir Walter? Do we have a case where the police officer's involved? PC Phillips with you. He's on the review. SW. What is our girl's name? Do we not even know? Are we not even told her name? Young woman. It's kind of weird that we aren't given her name as first thing. This sounds like this is a police officer writing this, and he wants him to send this to us. I just don't... It's kind of weird that we're being involved in this. Can we get some information about our victim's name? Is it Ari or Abby? Is that her name? Okay, let's just keep going through our evidence for now. Her name is Sophie Scott. It's at the start of Walter's letter. Thank you for telling me that. His letter. I just want to make sure. Murder of Sophie Scott. Okay. So we've got Sophie Scott is our victim. And then Gareth Scott is the husband. Okay, thank you. What would I do without you guys? All right, let's see what we've got here. Type your message, leave evidence in the depository. This planner. Okay, so here we have exactly what we were saying. This is the keyboard that this guy is talking about. See, Keith, about printouts, firing off those symbols and numbers again. But I think now I'm understanding that this is the police officer's note, not the note found on the planner by the husband, but rather a police officer saying that this printout is shifting certain letters to numbers. So it's another bit of a code here. This planner was left, so you can see already that 2 is a W. Cafe, and we know 4 is an R, and we know 9 is an O. Is there any logic to that? Doesn't look like it. Although, if you had a keyboard in front of you, is there any logic to that? That the W is near a 2, the R is near the 4, the O is near the 9. So that's exactly what's happened. The keyboard is shifting certain numbers. So we could write this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, which is Q, W, E, R, T, Y, U, I, O. P is next to the 0. Let's see if that is enough for us. Okay, so the keyboard's malfunctioning, which is turning certain things. So this planner was left at Cafe Russo. My manager asked me to drop it in the depository. And then, what's the 184? Okay, so it's referencing the evidence number 184. And 183 was what? 183 is this photo. She also she also printed off this, says it might be useful. And then we've got a full encrypted thing here. So 9H, which is, let's decode this message here. There's a lot of, and then there's more using the other symbols. Okay. So this is clearly an important little code for us. Now, where was the, does this seem relevant? No, not really. This is a crossword puzzle. Okay. So let's translate this message. O, 8 is an I. I should, O-U-L-D. Oh, I should. And then L-E-T. I should let, this is the cops messages. I should let Y OU. I should let you know that 974 OU hour. But you know that our cameras ARER, our cameras are TWO. Their hours behind or ahead are 2 hours ahead. Okay, so this is a little decryption that if you didn't figure out, you wouldn't realize that these two 184 and 183, no, that's not 184, that's 184. So are we saying that this camera is 2 hours ahead? So this was really taken at 10:05 a.m.? Two hours ahead. Now, what's all this? Is this yet another message? Why is it in a different font? And now this one doesn't just have numbers, it has symbols. And no letters. Let's start decoding a little of it and see if we can make some sense out of it, but I have my doubts. So what does that look like? 9 pound 36878, but some of the numbers are in one font, is sort of a green, and some of them are in a blue font. I wonder if some of those are supposed to stay numbers. 936 would be EY. It seems very unlikely that it would be a word. And then there's a pound symbol, which is not going to be on my keyboard. A double quote. I think we're going to have to put this second message on hold. I don't think we know enough to decode this yet, but I am going to make a little to-do note for us. So we don't forget that we have the lower part of the evidence report to decrypt, and will otherwise, it says printed Wednesday 2108. Not that that's relevant really. Cameras 2 hours ahead. Okay, let's just keep that in mind. And then this goes with this. So we found a Caesar cipher on the cell phone. I wonder if these are using that same Caesar cipher. EMSWCH. Let's see. EMSWCH would be UCI MS X. That does not seem right. Okay, that doesn't seem like anything. What about the lower half? LCKTA. B S A J. No, clearly not. So it certainly looks like a Caesar cipher, but we could imagine it's going the other way. Let me just quickly look at that. So if it's going the other way, it would be an E turns into an O, an M turns into a W, an S turns into a C. No. Okay, so we don't know how to make sense of those yet. All right, that's all right. Let's keep going through our evidence. Good work on your last assessment. Good work on your last assessment. I felt the warmth of tears breaking my eyes, the strength of his words flooding me with an emotion I dared not name. Yet my heart, the treacherous organ, whispered the words I was too afraid to voice. I love you. It's from a book called A Future Less Fraught. Meet me on Tuesday, Constance, at the old willow by the brook. There we shall confront our destiny together. Someone has written it. We've got some handwriting. This, with these numbers here, this looks like a very possible something someone could use as a book code. Maybe something that someone's going to use later. Let's just check in with the chat. Okay, just talking about more stuff. Cameras being ahead means that the 12:05 photo was taken at 10:05. That's what I would think. Okay, next up is a word search. I see alibi, vulnerable. Okay, on all occasions, a 6-letter word. Hearty, snigger, and out loud are all types of blank. Very unpleasant, exceptionally bad, to lock, to get in. Okay, so if we solve this word search, we get a pattern here. Not sure why that would make a difference. It's printed on the back of this bank statement. Okay. So here's a bank statement for these two people, this couple, this married couple. It's their joint account. Account summary, I don't know what that's about, but let's see what they've got. Beginning balance, £7,000. Then what's happened here? Ari Brothers. Remember we saw the Ari party? Gig tickets. £180. Miss Racket. Reference Miss Josie Clement, teacher gifts. Well, we've seen that name Josie before. Winter Bottom birthday, Whole Foods, the hair salon, teacher's gift, teaching assistant gifts. Josie Clements. I think we better write her down because we've seen the name Josie come up before. Now we have a last name. Josie Clement. Where did we see Josie's name come up? It was on one of the Post-its. Or was it here? Where did we see Josie? Hair appointment, Ari's party this Monday. JJ. Who is JJ? Pick up kids, pick JJ up from Tom's. Anyone remember where we saw the name Josie? I know we've seen that name. Well, we can come back to it. Let's keep looking at this while the chat reminds me. Okay, so they spend what, 500, 600 pounds this month. No big deal. They deposited 3,600. Withdrew from the ATM at Walnut Street on 9/5. What's our... Do we have a month and day here? We just have Tuesdays. We aren't given a specific day. Everything else is just Tuesday. And here we have a day. Oh, so it doesn't seem that relevant to us. They paid 3 checks for $75, $30, and $200. Huh. I mean, nothing jumps out here other than the name of Josie. The thing about A to the Z, B to the A could be a key. I don't recall the name Josie. It's true, this does look like a bit of a key, but very odd. Like they're all long strings. That's not the mix of words you would expect to see in a sentence. They're too long. So I don't know what they would be. And there's lots of Q's, so I don't... Account summary, why would a bank be writing code? Okay, and no one remembers Josie, although I do, so we'll have to deal with that later. And we don't know what would come out of solving that word search. All right, let's keep looking through documents. Door-to-door inquiries. Oh, she did say that her mom used to live next door. Sally's mom died a year ago. Door-to-door inquiries. I think this is police notes of who lives where. All right. So Scarlett and Amelia Lewis. This seems like it's going to be relevant to this. Scarlett and Amelia Lewis. Nice girls offered me a cuppa. We're at the party. It was great fun. Didn't remember seeing Sophie. Lived next door to an old teacher. Their old teacher, not an old teacher. Teacher is preggers. Girls said they'll babysit. Miss Harris is at number 23. Okay, so this seems like the focus of our inquiries now. We know our missing girl lives at 17, and now they're talking to the neighbors. Mrs. Harris is in 23. She started to complain about neighbors playing loud music, 80s pop. So that's the same party that they're talking about here. Changed her mind, doesn't actually mind, made a point to say she was not complaining, reminds her of when her children lived at home. No answer in 21. The Ari brothers, Charlie and David. 2 houses knocked into one. Looks nice. Same side as victim. So 23 is Miss Harris. 21, no answer. 2 houses knocked into one, same side as victim. They're going to be 13 and 15. Okay, so this is a little bit of a constraint satisfaction. We're figuring out who lives where. So we can put a little mark on here. Maybe I'll do it like this. So we can guess that these people are at 13 and 15 because they're on the same side as our victim. Charlie answered, confirms Sophie was at the party. I was chatting to her, Sophie, at 7-ish, 7:30 p.m. We chatted about, I can't remember. I can't believe it. Sorry. He carried on like this for a bit. David then turned up at the door. Jacob Kowalski complains about motorbike noises, wakes his daughter up, not like the new namers, they're dead quiet. Teacher lives over the road from Sophie. Could be Miss Clement in number 20. Okay. Teacher lives over the road from Sophie Scott. And then this guy says if it's across the road from Sophie Scott, who's at 17. The police guy says, could it be talking about, could she be talking about Clement in 20? He wasn't at the party. Why would they throw a party on Monday night? Seems agitated by it, quite friendly. Marta, the wife, was at the party. Spoke with Soph. They caught up. Marta came home around 9 to 9:15 p.m. Julia and Dave Morris, not long ago, moved in, about 10 months or so, complained about baby crying at number 12. So you probably guess that Julia and Dave Morris are in 14. If they're complaining about a baby crying, it's probably the next door neighbor. Complain about motorbike noises 2 doors down. That would be at 18, I guess. Julia says, we did see her, Sophie, leaving the party around 8-ish. She waved and said she was going to check on Gareth and the kids. Sally Evans did see Sophie, but not at the party. Not at the party. Since my husband left, I don't get to socialize much with the baby, you know, but I could definitely hear it sounded like fun across the road. I couldn't get a word in after that. The woman kept talking about how exciting it is to live over the road from the Ari brothers. It's great. So we know she lives across from the brothers, who are in 13 and 15. Baby crying with the baby. Okay, yeah. So these are people. This person is at 12. Complained at the baby crying at number 12, and here is going to be number 12 with the new baby. She lives across from the Ari brothers, which we know is 13 and 15. I wonder if it might be easier for us to do it this way. So I've got various ways to write on these. Sometimes we put them in under transparency sheets, but I do like these transparent post-it notes for writing. Okay, so 13 and 15 are the Ari brothers, Charlie and David. I'm not sure we have a way to decide who is where. So these are the Ari brothers. And then 12 is Sally Evans. And 14 is Julia and Dave Morris. All right, and then 17 is our victim, Sophie and Gareth Scott. All right, let's figure out where the rest of these people are. Not like the new neighbors, they're dead quiet. Teacher lives over the road from Sophie Scott. Teacher over the road from Sophie Scott thinks, the cop here thinks that this is Miss Clement. Her mom used to live next door, died a year ago. We're at the party. Didn't remember seeing Sophie. They live next door to an old teacher. Teachers is Preggers. They live next door to an old teacher. This guy thinks that could be Miss Clement in 20. Let's just see if Miss Clement is here. Then these two live next door, but that could be 18 or 22. Miss Harris is in 23. We don't know exactly why we're going to need to have figured all this out, but it seems very clear that we are. No answer at 21. Complains about motorbike noises. That feels like it's a clue about this. Does that mean... I mean, there's road, so I don't know what the motorbike, like, is there a motorbike path that only some of them can hear? Teacher lives over the road from Sophie. Not like the new neighbors, they're dead quiet. Jacob Kowalski. Not sure we know where he is. Wasn't at the party. The neighbor... Not like the new neighbors, which is probably 14. They just moved in. So it sounds like this guy might be at 16. His new neighbors, they just moved in 14. So if I had to guess, I would guess that this is Kowalski. Not sure though. Complains about the motorbike noises. Is there any logic to that? Not really. Didn't remember seeing Sophie. Live next door to the old teacher, Scarlett. Did we put them on the map? I guess we didn't. So if this is the old teacher 20, that still could put them here or here. Unless we think that next door means connected. 23 is Miss Harris. She's up there. I guess if I had to guess, Scarlett and Amanda living next door would be like this. Question mark. 21 is no answer. 18 and 19, no mention of those. Okay, so this person in 14, 2 doors down, complained about baby crying, and complained about motorbike noises 2 doors down. I think this is the motorbike. 2 doors down from the Morrises. Okay, if that's true, can that confirm who else is complaining about motorbike? Someone else complains about motorbikes. So 16 is right next to the motorbike. So I think that confirms that that's Kowalski. But we've got someone in the chat disagreeing with me. The motorbikes have to be here because it's 2 doors down from 14. And then the other person complaining about the motorbike is Kowalski. I think that puts him here because he's right next to it. And 20 was Miss Clement. So I think this is what it looks like. No answer at 21, and 19, no information about. And that's everything here. Okay, let's just, this is our working theory, but so we don't know who their direct neighbor is, though. That's very suspicious. I think it's going to be Josie, but, and then there's no answer here, so we don't know. All right, let's keep going. We've got more assessment. Now look at this, self-assessment. And remember that document we saw before with heart. Good work on your last assessment. Self-assessment. And then we've got a little figure here, a flower. Tick when checked. Line word words. This is a book code hint. This is talking about a book code hint that's going to be using this. I have referred to the writer's use of line word words. In your opinion, does your partner's writing fully answer the question 1, 2, 3, 4? This is just a little hint about using a book code. All right. Review the extract from A Future Less Fraught, which is this. How does Brakeburn communicate the relationship between Constance and Frederick to his readers? Consider the use of language, sentence types, and structures, grammar, any significant contextual impacts, following your own thoughts, feelings, lines, and words. Rachel, don't forget capital letters. It'll make for great puzzle hiding. Love, your BFF. Capital letters. It'll make for great puzzle hiding. Well, this is clearly connected with this, but it sure does not seem like that's enough information for us to do anything with. We need code, and I think maybe if I just glance at our remaining documents, that looks like it. This looks like code. Number colon numbers. Okay, so this is exactly what this was saying. Line colon word words. This is a book code. And it's signed by an A. So in our little, who is the A with the heart? It's not Ari. The Ari brothers are the brothers who had the party. Until that day comes, my love, I'll wait, with the heart full of hope, unyielding, innate. For love knows no bounds, no walls can contain the fire that burns, the passion we sustain. For now, my beloved, let our love be our guide. Okay, it's a love message that the same person is writing. We should note the other thing on here talks about capital letters. So it's clear we should be extracting the capital letters. B, I, W, F, T, F. That doesn't seem like it spells anything, but maybe the other side. E, W, L, B, I, W, F, T, for now. Okay, don't know what that means. That might be a separate code. But what's on the other side of this? My dearest G. So is she talking about a Gareth, the husband? Though bound by the chains of your marital vow, our love, like the wild wind, continues to grow. But oh, my love, how my soul yearns for a love unfettered where passion burns, a love that transcends the barriers we face and leads us to a better, brighter place. I long for the day when the sun will rise upon a life shared where love never dies, where our laughter intertwines in the morning air and the world around us for us will dare. We shall walk hand in hand under the azure sky, leaving behind shadow that whispered goodbye. Together we'll change dreams like birds on the wind, and from life's bitter trials, true happiness will bring. Okay, this sounds like these two are having an affair, and this woman is the other woman who wants him to get rid of his wife. Let's just look at capitals here. M, G, T, O. Doesn't look like anything. B, F, A, I. I don't think these capitals are important. U, W, A. I'm just going to finish up here though. U, W, A, W, L, D, A, W, L, D, A. Okay. Now, more importantly here is we have a book code. So let's decrypt that. Does everyone remember how to use a book code? All right, so the number on the left is going to be the line of this book. So 40, I guess 40, let's just see if 40 means the first line. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there's line 5. Okay, so line 40, words 9 and 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is I love. I love. This was our 40. We have 41, 34, 23, 4, 45. Okay, our next sign is 41, 1. So you. I love you. 34, 1 and 2. Tell me. 23, 1 and 2. 23, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 23, 1, 2, 3, 4. The time is coming. This reminds me of a show that I recently watched on Netflix, which was very good, based on a true story. What was that movie? It's got Jesse Plemons and that woman. 4, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We can't go on like this. And then 45. Meet me on Tuesday, 10 a.m. Tuesday, 10 a.m. Okay, so that's pretty big because we think that this camera is 2 hours ahead. That means this could be the meetup. I think there's some guessing in the channel of the movie I'm talking about, Zero Day and Windfall. No. This is a movie about church-going people. And the woman who's the main actress is quite famous. I think she's the woman that used to play the little twin girls on the TV show, and now she's all grown up. I would recognize her name if I heard it. It's a mini-series, not a movie. Like an 8-part mini-series. It's really good. I would recommend it highly. Someone will think of it now. Okay, so meet Tuesday at 10 a.m. and we think this Olsen, that is the name, Love and Death. Is that the name of it? Love and Death. It is, Olsen is the name of the woman actor. Okay, and this is from A to G. I think it might have been called Love and Death. I highly recommend it. Okay, so this may be Love and Death. This may be our person A writing, and this could be the husband. And do we have the bank statement? We don't know the address here, do we? I don't know why I'm trying so hard to connect these two. More capital letters. All right, well, let's not worry about that for now. We still have a couple more pieces of evidence. I still find this bizarre. Like, why have we not encountered something telling us to pick these? That's very strange. All right, looks like we have more door-to-door information. Let's do that now. I just find this bizarre. Like, shouldn't something be telling us that we should be answering who the killer is with number 1? Like, very strange. You don't think it's this, do you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, let's not worry about it yet. Let's read our second set of door-to-door inquiries, which should tell us more about who lives where and maybe more information. Okay, this says continues. I think we're starting here. And then the way this ends, it says David then turned up at the door. Continued. Sorry, officer, it's been a bit of a shock, you know? It's such a great community around here. We all get on, we all know each other. Well, mostly, even people who don't live here want to. We're just all friends, picking each other up when we need it. Little notes on cars. Just the other day, Marion at the bank sent us her latest puzzle to solve. She used to live around here. It's good fun. I mean, it was fun. Look, I'd better get back to Charlie and tidy up after the party. So that is definitely a continuation of here, because Charlie is his brother. And then this is a little suggestion that the bank person leaves puzzles, which might suggest that, yes, this is a puzzle. And who is the person? Marion. Marion is the bank person. She used to live around here. It's good fun. I mean, it was fun. Look, I better get back to Charlie and tidy up. This case is surprisingly deep. And then the cop is making a note, and he's saying, I actually didn't know these two guys. Charlie gave me a newspaper article from the rise to fame. Still never heard of him. Okay, so these two brothers, they passed along this article, which we will read next. All right, now, Mrs. Winterbottom, where does she live? Complained straight away about the noise of the bikes directly opposite. So there we go. There is Winterbottom. So this is Sophie's direct neighbor who lives across from the motorbike. Well, I don't want to be a curtain twitcher, as they say. I know what the gossip is around here, but I did see Sophie at 9:33. just on the corner of Maple Street down by the river. I knew it was 9:33 because that show had just started. You know, that one with the handsome Scottish fellow. So we haven't been making a timeline, but let's start doing it. Tuesday, 9:33, Maple Street and the river. On the hunt, going on the hunt. My memory isn't what it used to be. You know, my son always sets it up for me so the telly turns over at the right time. He's such a dear, you know. That sounds like it's this text message, but this woman is writing in code. So, I don't know why. No, I didn't see anyone else with her, but you know the noise coming from that party was deafening. I bet they could hear it up the high street. Mrs. W. went on about her friend who lives in the high street. I didn't think it was relevant. I mean, this woman's a bit suspicious because if that's her cell phone. Okay, Miss Trainer literally got nothing from her. She just rambled about passing her driver's test for her bike and how she and her husband can go on adventures now. Motorbike actually looked mint. Spoke to her husband about security around this way. Mr. Trainer arrived to see what's going on. Okay, so the motorbike is the Trainer's. And now we get confirmation there in 18, which is what we surmised. So we were right about that. I don't know if you know, they often had rows, you know. Gareth was always screaming at her, and, well, we could hear them from across the road. I think I saw Sophie walking back home around 9:15-ish, or thereabouts. I was sorting some stuff out in the garden at the front. Mr. Trainer said Miss Clearly lives at 21. So we have 21, no one answers. So it sounds like he's saying Miss Clearly lives there. And he claims that at 9:15, around Sophie heading home, so says number 18. And our Winterbottom, number 19, says she saw her at the river at 9:30, which sounds suspicious. I'm suspicious of Winterbottom now. I'm very suspicious of Winterbottom. Okay, Miss Clement, she does live at number 21. He just saw her leaving. Okay, so that's just seems like mostly ways to confirm all our people, which we now know everyone who lives everywhere, but also some timeline information. So let's put these two together. All right, now they handed off, those Ari brothers handed off this newspaper clipping. I guess we have to take a break before we come back. Surprisingly deep, but the most bizarre thing is we've got this entire thing for answering questions, and we haven't seen any questions. However, we also said this didn't do not unfold until back in the car. Seems like one of these questions is going to give us back in the car. Task. We need tasks. It's so strange that we don't have a task. But maybe that's good. All right, we're almost done with the evidence. We do have the word search to solve and the newspaper to read. That's about it, though. Well, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll figure it out. All right. We've been through most of the evidence, but we're in a very weird position where we don't know how to use these cards. These cards are clearly meant to answer questions. I think like one of these is going to be the answer to question one of these twos is going to be the answer to question two, and so on. The game rules did suggest that it's going to lead us through. So I think once we answer question one, it may tell us what question two is, and then like they may fall like dominoes. And I have a theory. And Tina says, I've solved the letters in the bank statement. Okay, don't tell us yet. Here is my theory. But let me present my theory by first starting with a statement here. Rob says, I don't think the phone messages are code. She's just old and can't handle the keyboard. Okay, but let me remind you that the way I solved this is by turning this K into an A and the S into an I. So it says what time. And then by the time here, it's all code. And that gave us a Caesar cipher. In other words, every letter is shifted. So the K shifted to an A. It's a Caesar cipher shift of what? It looks like quite a large shift of 20 or whatever it is. Now, so this is not an accident. She is using a code, and we think this could be Winterbottom. Okay, so here is my, for fun, when I saw this, I looked at this card and I said, this looks like it might be a Caesar cipher. And when we translated it, we got this. And I said, oh, I guess that's not it. So here is my new theory. My new theory is that one of these one cards is going to translate. And that's going to be our answer. That's what I hypothesize. So before we read our evidence, let's see if that's true. So this was the decoding of this. What about this one? A goes to a Q. S goes to an I. Well, clearly that's not it. What about the lower numbers? E, M, W. U, C, M. That doesn't look right. Okay, so, well, it's not looking like I'm right, but let's see if we get lucky. A goes to a Q. S goes to an I. No. Okay, so I was not right. Well, that seems like a very good guess to me, but it's not right. Unless it's backwards. That was the other possibility. So ASK would be KC. No, clearly not. ASW would be K. It's very odd. ASAS EM. Okay, but my theory was wrong. I thought they were going to be Caesar cipher. I thought one of them was going to decode with our known Caesar cipher. And Tina, who is the puzzle person, says she thinks she's figured out this. Let's just... Okay, well, don't tell us the answer. Let's finish reading the 2 pieces of document, and then we'll theorize about how to get our first question, let alone our first answer. So we've got 2 pieces of evidence left. Dear Mrs. Winterbottom, the woman I'm suspicious of, I wanted to write you about the delicious apple pie you made for us last week. Thank you. Having tried to make some myself with Mom's help, I truly appreciate your baking skills. Not so good on my own yet. Keep doing what you do. My mom found a cute little kitten in the back garden yesterday. Umi is the name we've given him. Mom says we don't know whether it's a stray or belongs to someone. It has white fur with some gray spots. Some people don't put collars on their pets, though. Goodness, I just thought there's a chance you might know its owner. Outside, there are lots of cats and dogs. I'll appreciate your thoughts on this. Never have I seen such a cute little thing. Gran would have loved her. Thinking about her in heaven makes me happy. She gets to play with all the lost cats and kittens. Over the hills and far away, that's what Dad says. Kindness always pays off. Dad says that too. I like to think about that. Laughter and kindness is our family motto. Laughter and kindness. Don't you think that's nice? And our teacher likes it too. Dashing off now, please send my love to Mr. Winterbottom. Love, Rachel and Joe. And then this says, find me. And we recognize that, don't we? That is on this one. Rachel, don't forget capital letters. It'll make for great puzzle hiding. And this is signed by Rachel and Joe. They're talking about our teacher likes it too. So this is the teacher of Rachel. And Rachel and Joe are the kids. And Rachel and Joe are the kids of our victim. Is that right? Can we confirm that Rachel and Joe are the kids? I believe that that's right. I believe we learned that somewhere. Where did we learn that that's the kid's name? It may have been on one of these door-to-door inquiries. Winterbottom Caesar at 9:30. The teacher is preggers. Wait a second. Is the teacher pregnant by the husband? Is the teacher pregnant by the husband? Is the teacher pregnant by the husband? Miss Clement. Is Miss Clement pregnant by the husband? And then the teacher's the one that wants the husband to leave his wife or go together. Does anyone remember where we get confirmation that Rachel and Joe are the kids' names? Miss Clement's name is Josie. That sounds right. I have written down. So here's an idea. She's signing it A, but we think that might be Josie. I wonder if J goes to A. It's just a shift of one more. Or rather, if A decodes as J, like if we think this is Josie Clement, the teacher writing this, I wonder if she could be Caesar ciphering with this. Let's read this last piece of evidence that we haven't read, and then maybe we will break and talk a little bit. You think the bank statement... What is the bank statement teacher assistant gifts? It does seem like there's too many gifts to the teacher. Miss Josie Clement. Only 10 pounds though. Okay, let's read this and then we'll talk for a bit. London brothers make a fortune in tech. Rising stars revolutionize home security. Charlie and David Ari, from lottery win to tech moguls with Safe as House's home security system. In the heart of London, a pair of entrepreneurial brothers are taking the technology world by storm, their names becoming synonymous with innovation and security. Charlie and David, born and bred in the bustling city, have soared to fame and fortune with their visionary creation, Safe as Houses, a cutting-edge home security system that's turning heads and keeping homes safe across the nation. It all began with a stroke of luck. The brothers hit the jackpot with a substantial lottery win. And instead of indulging in lavish lifestyles, they decided to invest in their passion for technology. Combining Charlie's expertise in electrical engineering and David's business acumen, they set out to develop a groundbreaking solution to combat rising crime rates and protect households in an increasingly uncertain world. Safest Houses is their brainchild, a comprehensive home security system that integrates state-of-the-art technology with ease of use. Equipped with a motion sensors, surveillance cameras, and a sophisticated alarm system, it offers homeowners peace of mind like never before, but what sets the system apart is its uber-friendly interface, designed for individuals of all technological backgrounds to operate effortlessly. We wanted to create a home security system everyone could use and feel safe with, Charlie explains. We believe that security should not be a privilege, but a right. With Safest Houses, we aimed to provide an accessible solution that protects families and their belongings effectively. The innovative system allows homeowners to remotely monitor their properties through a secure connection. Is that what he's doing, monitoring his home property? Receiving instant notifications on their pagers or mobile phones in the event of any suspicious activity. Thus, this revolutionary approach to home security is revolutionizing the way people safeguard their most cherished spaces. Our goal was to give homeowners the power to protect what matters most to them, adds Davids. We wanted to create an intelligent system that adapts to their lifestyles, ensuring that they feel secure whether they're at home or away. With their lottery win acting as a springboard, the brothers successfully secured funding from investors who recognize the immense potential of their venture. Safest Houses has quickly gained traction, attracting attention not only from homeowners, but also from law enforcement agencies and insurance companies eager to partner with the pioneering duo. The success of Ari Brothers' tech marvel has been widely recognized, garnering accolades and industry awards. Their rise to fame has been nothing short of meteoric, cementing their reputation as visionary entrepreneurs and leaving a lasting impact on the world of technology and security. As Charlie and David continue to scale new heights, they remain dedicated to their mission of creating a safer world. With Safest Houses as their flagship product, the brothers are already planning to expand their reach, exploring innovative solutions in areas such as cybersecurity and smart home integration. In an era defined by rapid technological advancements, Charlie and David have proven that ambition, determination, and a commitment to making a difference can transform dreams into reality. Their story serves as an inspiration, reminding us all that even in the face of uncertainty, the power of technology can bring security and peace of mind to our lives. Editor's note: for more information about the groundbreaking Safest Houses home security system and the latest in technological advancements, stay tuned. We hope we bring you the stories that shape our world. And what's on the other side? Something University. After all of the 1,992 children all need stable home life if they are to succeed in life, the staff are not available. Memories of the 1985 fiasco came to mind. We'll bring you more stories. Save the Planet. Act now. Doesn't look like there's any clues in there. I don't recognize any of these people. Detective Inspector Alan Vincent said retreating Tracy's disappearance as a missing persons case. We don't know who Tracy is. This is a different case. Tracy's whereabouts. Candlelight Vigil. Anything at the top here? This is an old printout. Okay. Well, this is a very strange situation to be in, to not know how to proceed, to not have our first question. I still think maybe my logic was sound, that our first question or our first answer is encrypted, and when we can decode it, we can answer it. It's just very odd to not have a question. It's also very weird that these are so similar. ASK, ASW, CH, CH, WCH, WCH. It's very weird. We have a starting E and then a starting E and a starting E. That's very strange. And I did a Caesar. If I assume that the A decodes to a J for Josie, E would turn to an N, MV. That doesn't work. A goes to a J, S goes to a B. That doesn't work. How strange. All right, let me put these back for a second. There are two things we haven't done yet. We have been through all the evidence. We have figured out who lives where. What we haven't done, though, is we haven't dealt with this word search. And we haven't done this. Is there anything else we haven't done? And we haven't done... We haven't decoded the text at the bottom of this, if it is in fact decodable. Or we're missing something. We're missing some instructions. All right, let's check in with the chat. Let's hear theories. I think the first question may be related to the neighbors' surnames. The biggest mystery in this game is how to use those task cards. That's right. Are the letters on the cards the initials of people on the house map? That's an interesting... that's a very clever idea. That's a very clever idea. So as I understand it, what you're suggesting is the reason there are so many common letters here is because these are going to be the initials of the people on this side of the road, and the bottom are the people on this side of the road. This is very clever. So, okay, I like it. I think this is very smart. Very clever idea. Okay, so the brothers are the Ari brothers, Charlie and David. So our first two should be AB, Ari brothers, or just an A. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So maybe the first is A for surnames. The instructions did say surnames. I forget where, but one of our instructions focused on surnames. So the first surname should be A. So I think one of these two cards. Now, who's next? Scott. S. There's our S. Who's next? Winterbottom. W. So I think that gives us this card, but let's just make sure. After Winterbottom, we've got Miss Clearly C and Miss Harris H. So yes, this is our answer. Let's just verify it with the bottom. E is Evans, M is Morris, K is Kowalski, Trainers is T, Clement is C, and Lewis is L. Okay, so we have cracked the code. And who gets credit for that? Are the letters on the cards the initials of the people on the house map? And Debbie agrees, 5 on top, related to the surnames. Okay, so a couple people figured it out. That's very clever. That's very clever. It doesn't make sense from a detective standpoint, but that's very cute. And then we were told to pay attention to surnames. So that was our thing. Okay, here we go. Well done, detective. This is correct. Your second task is to dig a little deeper to discover Sophie's last known movements. Where was she last seen alive? Use the door-to-door inquiries and the map to plot your findings. Okay, so really laying these out was wrong. This is not the thing to do, even though the instructions tell us to do this. This is not helpful. In fact, this seems like a very bad thing to do, to lay these all out, because we're going to be guided through these questions one at a time. Okay, so if we're wrong, I don't know if there's a penalty, but clearly we don't want to be wrong. So task 2 is, where was she last seen? That's it. We'll just do one of these at a time. Well, we did, 2 neighbors told us 2 different things. One told us that she saw her at the corner of Maple Street and the river at 9:33. One said she saw her going home at 9:15. So here is on the corner of Maple Street. This is our 9:33 from our woman who watches TV. At home, or heading home, I guess, was the person who saw her at 18, saw her at 9:15. So probably the answer is on the corner at 9:30. But where's our answer? Where's our hint here? We got a hint. Use the inquiries and the map. So it's actually even, seems to be even telling us what has it. So did anyone else see her anytime later? Someone saw her at the party. Someone saw her at 7:30, talked to her. This is the person she spoke to at the party. and the woman came home at 9:15, so that would have been before then. And then here are two that saw her at 9:33. I knew it was 9:33 because of the show, but then her memory's not so good. And this person sees her going home at 9:15. So I guess our answer is on the corner at 9:30. And we're answering when she was her last known movements. All right, does anyone disagree with this? Did someone else see her from their house? Leaving the party, not at the party. We saw her. Definitely hear it saying, we saw Sophie, but not at the party. Sounded fun. I couldn't get a word in. Saw Sophie, not at the party. That doesn't really help. Okay, I don't know why the chat is not being responsive. What's the problem here? We've got one neighbor who is very convinced she saw her at 9:30. So I'm going to flip over this card. You have done your research, Detective. Sophie was last seen by Mrs. Winterbottom at 9:33 p.m. Your third task is to find out who could have wanted Sophie dead. Is there anything on some of those photos to give you a break? And the word break is underlined. Okay, so we've answered 1 and 2 correctly. Let's put those aside. Here is our next one. Who wants her dead? Mrs. Winterbottom, SW, or John? Now, I was suspicious of Winterbottom, but that's the old woman. It seems like she's not our person, but Josie Clement is not SW unless... It is odd that she's signing this A. That's really throwing me. So who is SW? I'm just going to write down, this is Josie Clement. Okay, well, we know who Miss Winterbottom is, Mrs. Winterbottom, and John is the husband. No, John is not the husband. Do we even have a John? This is kind of strange. Why? What's happening here? And Tina wants to solve the bank message first. Okay. So, and Tina believes that she has solved this bank code. So let me just back up and talk about this for a second. we're told that the person at the bank is someone who likes to do puzzles. So we think they may be hiding a code here. And then Debbie is saying, all right, let me just write these things down. We've got the bank code. And Debbie is saying, we did see SW before. Where did we see SW? And what is the break clue? Remember, that's here. Okay, so, and then we could also ask ourselves, who is John? All right, let's do all three of those things. Let's do the easy one first. Do we have an SW somewhere? Where did we see SW? John, can you break this? Can you send this off? I need my break. Off to Mom's for 7:30 p.m. Back for the late shift, SW. Okay, so here's a very weird situation. We've got John and SW, which we thought might be Sir Walter. And we're not exactly sure about the idea of this. These are the cops. Is this the Sir Walter, our chief, telling his son to send this to us? Like, why would they be suspects in the case? Winterbottom. Mrs. Winterbottom. Do you think that doesn't make sense? He is saying the party is at 7. I'll be there at 7:30. Hmm. Julia and Dave Morris. We have Sally Evans. There's Miss Winterbottom. Hmm. Gareth Scott's planner. Gareth Scott. Scott is the last name of our girl. Gareth is the last name, so S wouldn't be Scott for last name. All right, let's try to let's try to focus a little bit. Be careful what you're saying. John is sitting right next to me. Mom, don't worry. Okay, so this is clearly our John and SW. So this kid says, be careful what you're saying. John is sitting next to me. So is this son SW? Be there at 7:30. He has to go to Mom's for 7:30. So this SW is this guy. And he's saying, careful, John is sitting next to me. So this, whoever this son is, SW, and it's the son of Winterbottom, perhaps. It's something Winterbottom. Let's just, for example, e.g. Simon Winterbottom. I don't want to call him Scott because Scott is the name of the last name of the family. So his first name could be Scott, but it just starts with an S. It could be Simon Winterbottom. But who is John? Is John the detective that is accompanying us? And why is the detective, unless we're misunderstanding this, this feels like it should be a detective writing this. Be back for the late shift. You don't think that's a G, do you? No, that's clearly not a G. Finding that really weird. Break. I need my break. And is that our hint? Photos to give you a break. Yes, I think there is our break. And here he is writing in code, writing not in code, but the mother is writing in code. If that really is. And this says she has to go. I don't think this is his real mother. Okay, what if this is the... What if this is the killer talking to the teacher? Party starts at 7 sharp. Hope to see you there. She's going to the party. It won't be next door. It'll be loud. I won't be able to hear my telly. Careful what you're saying. John is sitting next to me. Tuesday, I start my break at 7. Be there 7:30. We'll talk then. Is this the killer planning? All right. I feel like we're getting a little scattered here. Didn't the note say the phone was found in Mrs. Winterbaum? I don't know what you're talking about. Phone found in Winterbaum's house. If that's true, please someone tell me where you are getting that from. If some notes say a phone was found in her house, I want to know, because that's news to me. All right, let's try to do this thing that Antina has been asking us to do for a while, which is to decode this message, this code here. Okay. So we've got one note that says pay attention to capital letters. Where is that note? Don't forget capital letters. It'll make 4. Great puzzle hiding with the number 4 with an arrow going clockwise. I wonder if that means it's a 4 shift Caesar cipher. Let me just see if that could be right. So if it's a 4 shift, B, C, D, I guess that would be an E or an A. Let me just look at this. Let's try some experimenting here. B, it doesn't have to be a Caesar cipher, but it feels like that's what this game has done a bunch of. B and L would be F, R, P. That's not right. What if it's a shift 4 like this? B, N, L, E, Q. That's not right. Okay, well, what if it's backwards? 3, 4. That certainly doesn't look right. Lots of Q's and lots of double. There's a double Q there. That would mean Q would go to an E, surely, or an O. Let's just do a couple quick tests. Although there's so many Q's, it feels like it should be Q to E, but let's see. We're just doing some educated guesses about whether this is a Caesar cipher shift. But this really feels to me like this should be a clue about a shift of 4. But let's see. I mean, O, that's a shift of 4. B, N, L, that's a Z. That's clearly not right. What if we go back to my theory of Q to E? I'm going to get some help from the chat in a second. So now B and L becomes P, A, no, P, B. That's not right. Okay. The note said the officer snapped a pic of Winterbottom's phone. In the door-to-door, it said the phone was taken a picture of Mrs. Winterbottom's phone. Okay, well, that's a very good catch by the channel. So let's see what everyone is saying. She says she saw Sophie. She can't remember the name of the show. Snapped a photo of her phone. Okay, that's a good catch. Okay, so that's Winterbottom's phone, and it seems like, well, okay, now we know she's having a conversation with her son, which has a first name of S, and works for this company that works for the police, I guess. Works for the Highway Patrol Department. And he's messaging her mother in code. That's very weird. Registered keeper S. Scott. Registered keeper S. Scott. What does that mean? Sophie Scott. That must mean the person who owns the car is Sophie Scott. Wait, there's a lot of S's. All right, let's try to focus a little bit. And Tina, you want to give us some clue to, does anyone have any thoughts about decoding this? It feels like this should be a clue about capital letters. It'll make for great puzzle hiding. Z, backwards 4. Doesn't quite work. It's not even clear it's related to this puzzle. These don't even feel like they should be words. They're too long. I wonder if this is related to the word search we haven't done. The back of this. Is it the back of this? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, it would make sense to do this word search first. Do we need to do this? We can't quite see why we would need to do this, but maybe we would. And Tina says you are on the right track. Well, our other shift was our A and J. The person signing her name with an A we thought could be Josie. But that didn't work. Wait a minute, maybe it did. B goes to K, N goes to No, that doesn't work. KWU. No, my eyes are not good enough. KWU X. It's not right. I thought we did try decoding Q and E. I mean, we did try it. Maybe I messed it up. B goes to P. N goes to B. That's not right. L goes to Z. No. Okay. Wonder if we shouldn't. I wonder if we shouldn't back up and find the reference to the bank person. Just the other day, Marion at the bank sent us her latest puzzle to solve. She used to live around here. Good fun. I mean, it was fun. Marion sent us her latest puzzle to solve. And then this person says, Rachel. Okay, I can see there's some suggestion about this. A to the Z, B to the A. That A to Z, A to the Z, that almost sounds like we've got a @bash code where we're reversing, but then B to the A is weird. First, let's try A to the Z, meaning an @bash cipher. But it surely is not trying to mix the two. That would be crazy. Let's just see. B goes into a Y, N turns into an M. That seems wrong. But B goes to an A, B to the A, B goes to an A, N goes to an M, A, M, L goes to a K, N. B goes to an A, N goes to an M, L goes to a K, O goes to an N, K, K goes to nonsense. J, that can't be right. Okay, this is going to be, surely this is helping us. A goes to a Z, B goes to an A. I don't like that. That seems like it's some sort of mixture. Or it's just going back one. Just going back one. A goes to the Z. B goes to the A. Okay, it's just going backwards one shift. Okay, let's try that. This is good. But is this what we just tried? B goes to an A. N is M. L is K. O is N. Then why isn't this? K goes to a J. C. S goes to an R. See what's happening here. A goes to Z, B goes to A. That's just a shifting backwards. Okay, let's try reversing the direction. B goes to a C. N goes to an O. L goes to an M. O goes to a P. K goes to an L. D goes to an E. Okay, so that's it. It's just this is for encoding, and this makes it, we need to decode it. So we just need to go in the other direction. Okay, so it's more like this. Okay, now we can encode from top down. Okay, boy, that was rough. D goes to an E, S goes to a T, D goes to an E. Okay, complete. V, this is going to say the word search, right? DORD, SEARCH. Complete word search. Complete word search. K goes to an L. N goes to an O. B goes to a C. Z is an A. I'm going to say locate. Okay. Q goes to an R. D goes to an E. Z goes to A. Q goes to R. R, R, A. Rearrange. Complete word search. Locate. Did I skip a word? LOCATE. LE. LE. No, that was my T. Okay, letter. Complete word search. Locate. Oh, I just jumped ahead. Locate D. O. U. D. O. U. Okay, double letter. Rearrange. Yikes. Oh no, there was going to be such an involved cipher in this game. L E T T E R S. Okay, double letter. Rearrange letters. Okay, so we have to complete the whole word search. And then I guess we're going to find one word that's a double letter and rearrange those letters and get what? And get what? A word that means what? All right, well, we need to take a little break. I think we're suffering a little bit here from incorrect expectations about the amount of work that this game was going to make us do. I'm still thrown by this question about who has a motive and giving us three choices that don't really make sense. But we'll take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Well, this game has certainly turned out to be more complicated than we anticipated. Um, our biggest struggle here is that the question we're faced with now is who could have wanted Sophie dead? And then there's a clue that seems to point us to this photograph. Okay, let me propose something to you. We've got evidence that Sophie's husband is having an affair with the teacher. And that is our big motive. But what if the police officer whose Winterbottom's son, SW, is watching and seeing that Sophie is having an affair? Is that what's happening? That this technician, SW, can you send this off, is watching Sophie's car, and he's figured out that Sophie is having an affair with his wife? And here he is talking to his mother. Don't worry, it won't last. She's going to the party. It won't be next door. I don't understand that. She says it's loud. I don't understand. She's talking like... And then she's writing in code, she has to go. It's so bizarre that we're given this question of who wants her dead, and we've got three choices that don't make any sense to us, really. Like, we don't have any motive for John. We don't really have a motive for Miss Winterbottom other than her saying she has to go in code that we don't understand why. And SW is this person who she's talking to on the phone. If one has a motive, it seems like they both have motives. The only thing that is pointing us in one direction is this clue that says, is there anything on the photos to give you a break? And we can see here it says, I need my break. That makes us think that it should be this, but not based on anything we understand. And we don't know who this John person is. The only time we've ever heard any reference of SW and John is at the back of this photo from the highway. So we don't know why they've taken this photo in response to what? Can you send this off? It's very, very strange. It's very strange. So the frustration and the fact that we're lost here, is what led us to go look for, is there anything else we haven't resolved? And there are a couple things we haven't resolved. We've got a secret message that requires us to solve this word search, which I guess we're going to solve, because as much as it feels like we should just answer question 3, we have no basis to answer it. So we can't answer it. We could try to just throw a guess because of that break comment, but that seems like very poor choice of action. Feels like this, we know there's some clue here, although we don't understand why it would be related to our case. I guess we have to solve this. All right. How does this work? I don't really do word searches. Let's see. Capable of being wounded or hurt. That's our vulnerable. So is that 10 just the number of letters? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so the number here is how long the word, the secret is. Capable of being wounded or hurt, 10. Liquid that comes from squeezing a lemon. I mean, is that lemon juice? Is that what we're supposed to be finding? I guess we can just look for letters here, right? There's alibi. Help. Okay. Liquid that comes from squeezing a lemon, 5-letter word is probably juice. Okay, well, there's our juice. I guess we're going to solve these. Then we're going to look for the double letter, and then we're going to rearrange that word. I don't see any way of not doing this because we don't know. It doesn't make sense that this clue would be important to our murder, but we just don't know. Okay. I see the word please and lots of words help. To a lock to get in. So you pick a lock. No, but you unlock. Identity. A secret identity. Okay, that's that one. Do I need to do this so we can mark these? We've done the liquid from a lemon. We've done 13. We've done superhero secret identity. Starting month is January. Come on, guys. There's January. I'm happy to have help here. 11 was our alibi. I'm guessing that solve or solution is the word answer. There's answer. I think it's easy. It's easy to get frustrated because it feels like this should be a 2-hour game and we're on approaching hour 4. I think the way to fix that is to reset expectations and say this is a 6-hour game. Idiot is number 9. Utterly senseless person is idiot. Now, locate the double letter. We don't know what that means. Okay, let's keep going then. A sudden crisis, a poisonous, lethal, and fatal to a lock to get in. That feels like it should be unlock. Let's see if anyone else has. One is all on all occasions, always. Bottom center. Bottom center. That could be explained a little bit better, but vigilant. Carefully observant is vigilant. Good. Hearty, snigger, and out loud are types of laugh. Types of laughs. I gotta say, I'm not really a fan of word searches. I don't really get the, well, I guess this is not just a word search. You're trying to answer the things. It's like a crossword puzzle, so maybe I shouldn't be negative about it. But I gotta admit, this is not very enjoyable. Especially when you're going through the whole thing and you don't find it, and then you have to go back up again. Flap is down 2 letters from the I in juice. Okay, here's down 2 letters, D. But you're saying it's here. Well, A-U-G-H. On all occasions is always. We just have to find the always. Is this going to lead to nothing? That's going to be a little frustrating. But we don't even know what it wants us to do when we finish this. Okay, thank you. There's unlock. What you do to a lock kind of seems ridiculous. Very unpleasant, exceptionally bad. A sudden crisis. What are those words? Not sure what words they would be. Clearly, they always should be out here. Shouldn't be that hard to find always. Poisonous, lethal, and fatal is deadly, says the chat. And where is deadly? Downwards from the D in idiot. Deadly, okay, good one. So poisonous. 3 more to go and we are done with this. Awful is 3 squares across from identity. Boy, that sounds like not the best. Oh, there's always. And then awful. Awful is here, which is very unpleasant. Okay, so we just have a sudden crisis. What is a sudden crisis? What word is for sudden crisis? A sudden crisis. An emergency? Emergency would be a sudden crisis, wouldn't it? Is it the right number of letters? Emergency 9, that's going to be emergency. Where is emergency? 9 letters. Is this supposed? Do people enjoy this? Do people enjoy this? Maybe it doesn't help that I'm sitting here looking at a screen, but this is pretty unpleasant. Okay. I guess maybe if you didn't have other stuff you wanted to be doing, it would be peaceful. But for me, it feels like it's just frustrating me from doing what I want to be doing. All right, so now look, we've solved this puzzle. This woman wanted us to solve this puzzle, and then she says the instructions are locate the double letter and rearrange letters. Locate the double letter and rearrange. What do you suppose that means? Locate the double letter. Clearly it doesn't mean overlap. Does it mean we have a word here with double letters in it? Not answer, not alibi, not vigilant, vulnerable, juice, laugh, unlock, emergency. What does that mean, double letters? Do we have a word that's got a double letter in it? Why don't I see any? January. Okay, stop. Do I have to, I mean, I don't have it in me to retranslate this. I can look, did I miss a word though? Complete word search. Double complete word search. Locate double letter. Rearrange letters. Locate double letter. What does that mean? Oh, locate all the double letters. I think maybe I didn't translate the last letter. Locate double letter. It says locate double letter, but okay. If we look at all the letters that are doubled, A, V, J, E, U, L, I, A, T. Okay. Rearranging these letters, what do we get? And this is the answer to a bank puzzle, but no clue about reference. So reference, teacher gift, reference, Miss Josie Clement, teacher gifts. But could be any, might not be anything to do with that. Okay, maybe the chat has figured it out. Let me just look at it for a second. The problem is that we have no basis for it to be anything that's a totally context-free thing. Is it multiple words? Is it one word? Does it have to do with anything? Is that someone's name? Rearrange it. I mean, the J is odd. There aren't that many J's in the middle of words. And you might guess that it would end IVE or AVE. And where is the U? At least this is a more entertaining little game to play. First of all, you have to worry about making a mistake here. A, V, J, E. Where's the, oh no, there's no double R. U, L, I, A, D. It looks like that's the complete list. L, E, A, V, E. J is the unusual one. Like, what words do you make with J? Julia. We don't really have a Julia, do we? Maybe we do have a Julia. Where are our... We do have a Julia. Julia and Dave Morris. We have Julia. A-U-L-I-A-G-A-V-E. Well, that's Dave and Julia, which are two of our people, two of our neighbors. To what end? To what end do we have we solved this thing that says Dave and Julia? What's happening? What is happening? All right, well, maybe that's going to be a separate puzzle, but wow, this is pretty crazy. All right, so what if I had to guess who has a motive? Who has a motive? Who has a motive? I mean, she's the one that says she has to go. Don't worry, it won't last. I think maybe Miss Winterbottom's husband's having an affair with Sophie. So I'm going to say it's Winterbottom, not the son. And he's saying it won't last. I'm assuming he's telling the mother the affair that your husband is having with Sophie is not going to last. So the person who has the motive, who saw her last, is Winterbottom. So that's going to be my answer. And maybe John is the one having the affair. All right, I'm going to flip this over. Does anyone else want to vote? It looks like the chat thinks I should flip over John or SW. Okay, I'm going to pick Winterbottom, but everyone get on the record. Let's have a vote here. I think this is the son telling the mother, telling his nice old mom that the affair is not going to last. Although I don't know why she's talking about her telly and all that. The only real reason to point to SW is this part about photos to give you a break. Because this photo says, I need my break. So that would suggest it's SW, but I don't understand what his motive is. All right, the vote is over. No one actually got their vote in because it was too hard to remember how to vote. I think you have to write vote for. Okay, let's start with my answer, Winterbottom. She's got to go. Did Mrs. Winterbottom have something to do with Sophie's murder? Turn to page 21. That sounds like it's the wrong answer. Let's see. All right, let's turn to page 21. That's a weird thing to do. Now we're turning to a page. This is based on me turning over my answer. I don't know why we're suddenly going to a page. Transcript of communication. Sophie Scott, Mrs. Winterbottom conversation. Mrs. Winterbottom, thank you for your time. I need to speak with you about the text message you sent to Steve. What did you mean by she's got to go? Oh, dear, you got it all wrong. No. Steve was in love with Sophie. His heart belonged to her. You see, they met some time ago now. I was working at Woolies at the time. Gosh, must have been, 10 years ago? 15 maybe? Yes, Mrs. Winterbottom, I see. What did you mean by got to go, though? Well, that it's time that he let his love for her sniffs go. Sorry, Mrs. Winterbottom. I know this is difficult for you. Thank you for your help. Winterbottom cuts it. He didn't do anything, my Stephen. I know that not everything was okay at home. I know she picked Gareth, but I babysat for those beautiful children all the time. And you should probably, I've said too much. I've got to go. Follow up on the Scott children, letter to Mrs. Winterbottom as a starting point. Okay, it's talking about the letter that we've read about the kids and the teacher. Mentioning the teacher. So, what does that mean? Does that mean we're done with 3? Or it wants us to pick a different 3? If we turn this over, what would we get? No, John is clean. SW, Mrs. Winterbottom's son, he's not a primary suspect. Okay, so I was right in picking this. This is actually a phenomena that we have seen in games before, and I really don't care for it. It's basically a puzzle where you're meant to guess the person that's the wrong eventual answer, but is the person that looks most suspicious. So it wanted me to pick her because she looks most suspicious, even though she really doesn't have a motive. That's a very poorly set up question, but we should appreciate that I picked the right thing. That's a very weird thing. Okay, so now it wants us to go to question 4. And the way we got to question 4 is we go to this, and then letter to Mrs. Winterbottom as a starting point. Okay, but now 4 has pictures. So even though it's not explaining what it wants us to do, I guess it's asking us to figure out what? What is it asking us to figure out? Which picture, how she died? In one, but this isn't her death. What is happening? So if we follow up on the letter about the kitten, we get led to the teacher, and the teacher being in love with the husband, and the teacher saying, I want you to leave your wife, or something. So so is that what we should be picking? This? The husband's leaving? Or this, where the husband is poisoning her? We have no evidence for any poisoning. I don't even know, what is he doing? Pouring something in her ear? Stabbing her in the ear? What is that? And then this is her stabbing him? What craziness is this? I mean, this is the only one that seems consistent with our evidence of him leaving, but what does it have to do with killing Sophie? We haven't solved the thing about the capital letters, have we? Have we not? It depends whether those capital letters have to do with the letters in the message. Almost looks like it's saying message to BFF. Or whether the capital letters had to do with the bank clue. It tells us for our next task, follow up on the Scott children, the letter to Mrs. Winterbottom, starting point. Okay, so we've got this letter from the children to Winterbottom. Thank you for the apple, for the pie. We've got this missing kitten. Cats and dogs, you might know. Over the hills and far away. How does that expression go? Over the hills and far away, there's a poem. Does anyone remember that? Kindness always pays off. Dad says that too. Laughter and kindness is our family motto. Laughter and kindness. Don't you think that's nice? Our teacher likes it too because he's having the affair with the teacher. So then we follow up in the teacher and we get the message that says she wants him await with a heart full of hope. Love knows no bounds. fire that burns, passion sustained, let our love be our guide. And then here she is, my dearest G. She's saying, I want, you're bound by marital vow, but our love continues to grow. Don't forget capital letters. It'll make for great puzzle hiding. Maybe it's her capital letters. Maybe it's a message for Rachel to use capital letters to hide a code. ITH INK. I think MUMIS. Mom is having an affair. Mom is GOING. TO. I think Mom is going to KILL DAD. Okay, now that is pretty clever logic about the capital letters, the teacher writing to Rachel, and then figuring out, it looks like the chat figured it out too, that it's not the teacher's letter to Gareth that has the capitals, but the girl's letter. Okay, so then, given that message, it sounds like we're supposed to pick this card. Looks like the chat got that slightly ahead of me. And Debbie says she spotted the key is that this child doesn't always write with capital letters in sentences. Is that true? That would have been a good clue. I don't think that is true, though. Every sentence. Oh, yeah, sometimes she does start sentences lowercase. That's a good spotting that clue. Okay, so here we go. Mom is going to kill Dad. It seems the children had an idea something wasn't quite right. Your fifth task requires you to investigate Gareth's alibi for the time that Sophie was killed. A love letter was found in Gareth Scott's coat pocket. Start there. Okay, so far we haven't made a single mistake. Let's try to keep it going. So the love letter. Okay, so alibi. Find his alibi for the time Sophie was killed. All right, so here are our choices. Weak alibi, rock solid alibi. Weak alibi and a rock solid alibi. Okay, I'm starting to warm up a little bit to this game. First of all, this might be him meeting, we think this is him meeting the teacher that he was having an affair with. Although it would be nice to have a picture of our girl so we would know for sure. But at 10:05 a.m., this picture, 9:55, that's the last time, according to the police, that she was seen. 9:55 a.m., 2 persons in a vehicle. And here the husband is meeting with his lover, Josie Clement, as they agreed at 10:05. And at 9:05, she's, I mean, I don't know how far away these two places are. And how do we know when she was killed? However, we don't know when she was found. That would be very helpful. How about you tell us when you found the car? I mean, how would he know where she was driving to catch up with her car? Maybe the bank account can tell us when he... Doesn't even have times. It seems to me like her body was found in a car on this trip, it seems. Just don't know why we aren't told when they found the car. But whoever was in the car with her, I guess he couldn't have been in the car with her because he was here. We're going to assume this is him, right? So I think he's got a strong alibi, right? Seems to me he has a strong alibi. Assuming... Let's look at his Tuesday plan. I mean, his meeting was canceled, but we don't really know when she was killed and her body was found. It sounds like her body was found at the M56 Southside car park. It sounds like it was found, you know, soon after this photo was taken, but I just don't know. And that she was killed by whoever was driving in the car. It's not, maybe the way to look at it is this. It's not him driving the car, and it has to be the person driving the car that's killed her. So it can't be him. We don't even know she's dead. But it does seem to me like he wasn't in the car with her. That we can see based on these two times. And if he wasn't in the car with her, the person in the car with her surely is the killer or the person who's wounded her. So I guess I'm saying he has a strong alibi. This is not correct. A canceled meeting at 10 a.m. and a love letter telling him to meet at the same time is not enough. You need to investigate further. Find hard evidence that Gareth is not the killer. Maybe it's time to check out the evidence depository. All right, well, we got our first wrong answer. Here is our evidence depository. This is the one that the cameras are 2 hours ahead. I mean, now we know the answer is weak alibi, but Let's just read what it says. Gareth's planners are meeting canceled at 10 a.m. on Tuesday. Well, are telling to meet at the same time, but it's not enough to eliminate him from your inquiries. Investigate further. Find hard evidence that Gareth is not the killer. Maybe it's time to check out the evidence depository. All right, so we've got our first wrong answer, which is pretty depressing. And now it wants us to go here. And then this is our next set of answers. We don't know the question. Is this an encrypted message? We don't know. But we don't feel good about sitting here for an hour trying to make sense of it. Feels like it probably must be an encrypted message. So these two messages say that the planner was left. So he met with this woman. He dropped his planner. And then she also printed off this, says it might be useful. This says our cameras are 2 hours ahead. Okay, I think this is what she printed off. So this, I think, is a secret message. She printed off this. Says it might be useful. What does that mean, she printed off this? The question is presumably, what time was the photo taken? You think that's just the question? That we're just going to answer this that we'd already figured out? All right, let's try it. This is correct. The CCTV cameras were faulty, showing a time that is 2 hours ahead of the real time. Gareth was at Cafe Russo when the crime was committed. This is very weird. The previous question asked us if he has a rock-solid alibi. We figured out this. So we said he did. It sounds like the game didn't expect us to have figured out that the camera was... It didn't expect us to know that. It wanted us to say he didn't have an alibi and then read this, which gives him the alibi. What insanity is this? So it sounds like, unlike every other game like this we've ever played, it didn't want us to get the evidence documents until they're mentioned, and then it wanted us to come to wrong conclusions, which it would consider the right answers, and then give us stuff. Boy, that's weird. All right, so we actually got that one right, that he did have an alibi, but now it goes here. Now it says we should investigate the finances. Wow, that's weird. Okay, now it wants us to go to the bank statement and have not seen this beforehand. All right, now we see this, and we get to see this, and we get task 7. Task 7 is asking us to pick an amount. And what do you think it's? Let's see, a 5-pound amount is what? Is not even, there isn't a 5-pound thing on here. Oh, there it is. Archie, teaching assistant gifts. Or a 180-pound amount, which is the gig tickets with the code to decrypt this, which we know says Dave and Julia, which we don't understand why that has any relevance to our case. Or it's a 335-pound amount, which is J.D. Morris monthly. That's weird. J.D. Morris, that's Julia and Dave Morris. Why are they getting paid monthly? Did they babysit? That's a lot of money. Why are Julia and Dave Morris? We did see her leaving the party. She waved and said she was going to check on Gareth and the kids. What the hell? Why is he why are Julia and Dave Morris paying them? I guess they're paying them £335. It's money coming in, not money going out. What on earth? What on earth? Is it? Julia and Dave Morris are paying them £335 a month. For what? They moved in only 10 months ago. Wow, that's weird. Okay, well, maybe it doesn't even matter because when we decode this, it says Julia and Dave. So JD, Julia and Dave. Surely that's our answer, 335. Where was the other entry, though? Yeah, so clearly the answer is going to be this. Correct. Julia and Dave, the neighbors, had been paying into the Scott's account, but why? Investigate this lead. When did they move here and why? We know they moved there 10 months ago, but we don't know why, but it says go to page 22. Okay, don't look. Here's page 22, which we need to flip upside down to read. Arriving back at the Morrises, I approached the house with a growing sense of unease. It isn't my first visit here, but this time feels different. This lead is compelling. Why would the Morrises be paying their neighbors? I need answers, and I need them fast. I knock firmly on the door, but there's no response. I try again, louder this time. Still nothing. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I notice the window slightly ajar. My gut tells me this is crossing a line, but my instincts also tell me I can't walk away empty-handed. Peering through, I spot something strange on the windowsill, a piece of paper creased with deliberate folds, as if it's hiding something important. Before I overthink it, my hand darts through the gap and I grab it. Back in the car, I unfold it carefully. A puzzle, a clue, whatever this is, it's not just a piece of paper. it told us to put these away that it didn't want us to have access to. So if it didn't want us to have access to the others, it should have told us to put those away. Do not unfold, but the fold is underlined. Do not unfold, the fold is underlined. Okay, so this clearly is a little Mad Magazine folding thing, right? Something like this. All right. The Morris family. Okay, it does seem like there may be some blackmail involved, but it's time for us to take a break. At least things are speeding up here. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Well, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We've been playing for 4.5 hours of a game that we thought might take an hour or two. The official listed playtime here is 1 to 2 hours. Normally we multiply by 3, so maybe we're a little over time here, but it's had its ups and downs. This is the latest piece of evidence we've just gotten. And it clearly says, do not unfold with the fold underlined until back in the car. We've just taken this from Julia and Dave Morris's house. It looks like it's one of these messages where we have to fold it to connect words. But one thing that's a little odd is that the lines on this side are different from the lines on this side. So we actually have lots of various words, various ways we could fold it. And I'm not sure how many messages we expect to get out of this. Or during the break, I've been just scoring this paper to make it a little easier for us to fold it. But I'm not even sure whether I should be folding on the front or the back lines. Let's see. What do we think? What are we likely to get out of this? SAVE, maybe? If it is SAVE, it would be D. V, save Dave? No, there's no A here. You might expect to see some things like the name Sophie or blackmail. Are these orders? It feels like we should be, those of you who have watched this channel know that this is the kind of thing that can drive me a bit crazy. Are these numbers clues? We got caps here and we got lowercase here. Y-O-U-R, that seems like what? Y-O-U-R-M-A-E. Y-O-U-R-M-A-1-R. I'm trying to think of ways to fold it that get something consistent on all of the lines. Do we have a number here? We don't really have a license number. Just trying to think of something that will help us line this stuff up. Like, is there a number we're expecting? Debbie says, check the answer card for the next question. This is our next question. Unfold this one. That's it. Oh, Oh, but here are our choices. 10 pound, 438, or that's it. 10 pounds or 438. No, that's part of our 7. Sorry. Here are our 3 choices. 438, 462, or 188. So 438, 462, 188. So these would be ways to fold this to get these bottom things. This definitely feels like cheating, but if we go 4, 3, if we make it so the 4, 3 works, 4, 3, 8, let's say. How about 4, 3, 8 this way? If we go to 4, 3, 8 this way, we get nonsense. Okay, if we go to 4, 3, 8 this way, we also seem to get nonsense. Four, 3, 8 seems like nonsense. Okay, what if we went 4, 6, 2? So it'll be this line, then this line, S, M, A, nothing. What about 188? G, E, W, U, G, E, W, U. That seems wrong. What about if it was 188 this way? B, O, E, R. And then U. Yeah, I don't know. Hold it so we get drug in the middle. Not easy to do. But okay, if we did it, we could go this way. And then this U would have to go all the way over to there. And then the V would go in there. I mean, it almost looks like it would work, but feels like we need to get this S and O would be in it. And what the hell would this be? And what would this be? A good idea, though. Drugs, huh? Good idea. The problem with using the R for drug is it seems to get this 6 and this 3. And we don't have any answer that has got those numbers. But if you tried to do DAVE, you would get 4 blank blank 2. I mean, for all we know, it can flip this way too. Well, let's try not to solve it. Let's try to think about what we can observe rather than trying to solve it. So here's a couple things. Like this Q doesn't belong. If we're really spelling out words, there's no U after the Q. So that means this has to go. It seems like this would be our biggest clues if we really thought that we're going to eventually spell out a 438, 462, 188. That should make our life very easy. 188. Like if it's 188, it has to be a G and an E. W U R. It just doesn't make sense. We got some lowercase letters here too, which seems like they're probably spelling your, Y-O-U, or you. Y-O-U. That would give us the 6 and the either empty or 8. If it's Y-O-U, this is 6 blank 462. 462 would let us spell U here. How do I make the rest of it? I'm trying to get U. That's what I'm trying to get. Y-O-U 4-6. I gotta say, this is pretty unpleasant. All right, let's do different things. What do we think? I mean, the problem is we don't know any. I mean, it could be like this, and we could get one message here and a separate message here, or it could all string together. They could fold on these lines, or they could fold on these lines, which are different. This should say something like, I saw what you did. Why don't we go to the answers for this? Now, this is our first experience. So this is task 8. Let's see. Task 8, help. Okay. Task 8, help. Let's see how this help system works. You will need a writing paper. Note the underlined fold before you unfold the letter. Note the underlined fold. Okay, that's just the word fold. After unfolding the letter, fold where the lines are and you will find your answer. Fold where the lines are and you'll have your answer. What the fuck? Save our daughter, 438. The crazy thing is we tried to make these work. We tried to make these work. So when we fold it, save our daughter and all kinds of crazy things. And 438. I'm not sure I understand how you get those D and the A. Oh, I see. It's a blank. So you're allowed to take this blank here for the A because there's a gap. Maybe we didn't really consider the gap. Between numbers, arbitrary gap. And there's the GHT. So save our daughter. Something like that. All right, well, don't like it. Don't like it. Also, don't really understand what's why they have a message save our daughter. All right, well. Julie and Dave are Sophie's parents. Say what? This lead was worth investigating. You need to act fast. You request a warrant. Is it granted? Julia and Dave are Sophie's parents. Julia and Dave are Sophie's parents and they're just giving them money to help support them? That's weird. So her surname, her maiden name is Morris, and they didn't speak up? And they've written a secret message to the police saying, save our daughter? I don't get it. Does anyone get what's going on here? All right, so we've solved it. The answer is save our daughter. And it says, Julia and Dave are Sophie's parents, exclamation, exclamation point. The lead was worth investigating. You need to act fast. Your request a warrant isn't granted. Open your request for a search warrant envelope. Put aside until requested. Okay, this is sealed up. Debbie says, nope, no idea what's going on. Okay. Granted. Looks like our search warrant was approved. Oh my God, look at this. All right, what's going on here? Request for search warrant. I'm submitting a formal request for a search warrant under the provisions of the Police and Criminal Evidence Act based in relation to an ongoing murder investigation concerning the death of Sophie Scott. This warrant is requested to authorize the search of 14 Maple Street, occupied by Julia and Dave Morris, to locate and secure evidence relevant to this case. The grounds for this request are as follows. Financial records, investigative findings show that Julia and Dave Morris made direct payments into the victim's bank account prior to her death. The purpose of these payments is currently unexplained and raises questions about their relationship with the victim. But somehow we've concluded they're her parents, so it wouldn't be that strange for them to be giving them money. A recently obtained letter indicates a personal connection between the Morris family and the victim. The document implies the possibility of concealed information that may assist in determining the circumstances of her death. Boy, this is weird. Search aims to identify and secure any financial documentation, electronic devices, correspondence that may provide insight into the nature of the payments made to the victim, physical evidence that may connect the Morris household to the crime scene, any additional materials that could contribute to establishing motive, timeline, or involvement in the victim's death. Given the seriousness of this investigation, potential risk of evidence being tampered with, I want it to be granted without delay. And here is the reply. Detective, it seems you're doing a great job. Be careful with your search. Collect anything that seems... And then there's some capitals here. S-R-E-T-T-E. Seems relevant to the case. I've checked the floor plans. I suggest you follow this order. Basement, living room, family room, kitchen, bathroom, dining room, bedroom, bedroom 3, bedroom, bathroom 1, bathroom 2, bedroom 1. Good luck, Walt. And why has he written these words in caps? D, B, C, and then it gets weird. He does an S, an R, an E, S-R-E-T-T-E. And then it gets back to normal. Check the floor plan, and I suggest basement, living room. This just seems like this is an important family room. Why does he care about this? I guess he's giving us an order for these letters. I don't know why he's doing this other stuff here, though. Basement, living room, family room, kitchen, bathroom 3, dining room, I guess bedroom 2, bedroom 3, bathroom 1, bathroom 2, bedroom 1. All right, he's suggesting this order. Basement, living room, sorry. Guess we're gonna spell this out here. Seems pretty, I missed the capital L somewhere, but you decided not to tell me where. S-R-L-E-T, S-R-L-E-T, okay. Still don't know what the hell that would mean. All right, if we go in this order, do we get something spelled out? Basement, living room is A-L. Then we go to the family room, O-C. Then we go to the kitchen, K-E. Then we go to the third bathroom, D-B. Then we go to the dining room, A-S. Bedroom 2, which I guess we go upstairs. Bedroom 2 is E-M. Bedroom 3, E-N. Bathroom 1 is T. Bathroom 2 is D-O. And bedroom 1, O-R. Okay. This is clearly basement door. Basement door. And what happened here? Seems like something went wrong. Oh, locked. A locked basement door. Okay, so if we get out our card answers for number 9, we have a locked bedroom door, a locked basement door, and a bathroom door. So clearly it's a locked basement door. Congratulations on your hunch, detective. These two clearly have something to hide. Unlock that door to find out what. Turn to pages 23 and 24. Okay. The basement door is locked. It has a number punch lock on it, and 4 digits are needed. What could they be? I'll need to re-examine the evidence to locate this number. It has to be here somewhere. Save the planet, find the code. Okay, now, save the planet. You know where we've seen that before, right? Where have we seen that before? We have absolutely seen that before. Does anyone remember where? All right, it looks like maybe there might be a key in to this. Save the planet, save the planet. What if we retraced our steps backwards? Where would we be? I mean, we do have years here, 1981, but This is backwards. Backwards. Is it suggesting to us that we should do this backwards? One, two, 1, 3, 2, 3. That doesn't work. We do this backwards. We don't get anything. What if we do surely? I mean, if we did this, retrace these steps backwards, but we left these in their order, it would be RODEOTEAL. That doesn't seem like it's anything. How about a drawing? Might we get a drawing out of this if we retraced our steps backward? If we go bedroom 1 to bath 2 to bath 1 to bedroom 3, we get a shape that looks like a 7, maybe, if you were holding it like this. I hate to waste these all on here, but I wonder if this is a shape thing here. And why do we care about the newspaper? Maybe we don't. So if I go and do our steps backwards here, bedroom 1, bath 2, bath 1, so like this. Which kind of looks like a 7 if you tilt it this way. Bedroom 3, and then bedroom 2. Oh, I see. Then we go to bedroom 2. Bedroom 2. And then here we've got dining room, the bath 3, to kitchen, to family room, to living room, to basement. Well, that doesn't help, does it? We've seen enough of these spatial puzzles that seemed like it was it. Well, we saw Save the Planet. What if we retraced our steps backwards? So it's possible, it's clearly telling us backwards something, and then we see an underlined change. If you do planet backwards, I see 10. I also see a year 1981. If we retraced ourselves backwards throughout, where would we be? Sure seems like we were supposed to be backwards. And then here is 1992, but should, or and 1985, and should they be backwards? check the cards. That's a good point. This feels like cheating, but here are our last three cards. It's either 1891, which is backwards 1981, or 1992, or 1985. So 1981 is the only one that actually does go backwards, right? 1981, 1981. These others, we don't really have those dates on there. So I guess we're kind of learning. Are we thinking that these cases are connected? Tracy's disappearance. Search for this young woman. Remember Tracy. There's some connection between this woman and something else. But okay, so just because this, we're guessing this. You have the correct code to unlock the door. You open it slowly and see... What do we see? "26" it said to go to, right? So actually we're skipping page 25. We're just starting here. The door creaks open and you step into the darkness. Sophie is there, shackled to a rusty bed frame. She's surrounded by faded childhood toys and family photos that her parents had placed there in an eerie attempt to recreate her childhood room. Although barely conscious, she is alive. She'd been locked in the dark, damp basement of 14 Maple Street all along. What is going on in this case? What on earth is going on in this case? Does anyone understand? The parents are paying them £300 a month. And they've got this cryptic note that says, "Save our daughter." And here she is trapped in the basement. All right, well, let's continue reading and find out what on earth is going on. As she regains her strength in the hospital, Sophie pieces together her story for you. Her parents had recognized her in an online photograph and tracked her down, obsessively planning the abduction. When they finally kidnapped her, they believed locking her in the basement of 14 Maple Street would cleanse her of the life they deemed unworthy. Every day they tried to convince her to come back to their family, insisting she renounce her new life, her new name, her husband, and her children. Through Sophie's testimony and evidence collected from the house, the police uncover a chilling truth. Her parents blame her for her brother's death years ago. Flashbacks from Sophie's perspective reveal that on the night she ran away, her brother had tried to stop her in a tragic accident. He fell and hit his head while chasing her through the woods. Her parents, already unstable, never forgave her for leaving and spiraled into madness, fixating on the idea that bringing her back would somehow fix their broken family. The story culminates in a tense courtroom. Everyone attends the trial. Julia Morris, still clinging to delusions, begs her daughter to come home, claiming they only wanted to make things right. She tells the jury, life was never the same without Tracy. Sophie/Tracy, her voice steady but filled with emotion, replies, "You didn't lose me because I ran away. You lost me because you chose to break me." As Sophie leaves the courtroom, she vows to focus on her family and her future, determined to break the cycle of pain and control that her parents tried to impose on her. Is this based on a true case? That's what the box says. There's no hint of it anywhere else, though. Comes at a difficult time for parents who recently lost their 16-year-old son. Police believe the two students might be related. All right. Well, you know how this works. We're gonna take a 5-minute break, and then we will discuss this case. For those of you who have stuck with me through 5 hours and have made it this far, I do want to hear your thoughts. We'll take a 5-minute break, and then we will discuss it. So we've just finished playing Without a Trace, which is a new small box cold case / puzzle game. Probably costs about $20 from Amazon. I think that's what I paid. It's taken us 5.5 hours, maybe 5 hours to play through, and it hasn't been a smooth experience. There's some admirable stuff being done here, tried here. They are experimenting with some new ideas, and I think mechanically it's not unsound. It's a totally device-free experience, and they've tried to do some new stuff. They've got a booklet here with hints and some elements of story and reading and setting up puzzles. There is a little attempt to have some little props that come out, things that come out of a sealed envelope. And most interesting is this little deck of cards. And they go from 1 to 10, and for each number, there's a couple of different versions of the card. And the way you're meant to play the game is to proceed sequentially through 10 tasks. And each task, you're picking which of the usually 3 cards is the correct answer. And then the documents that we're using are all small versions of things we're used to in a cold case game. We've got photographs, letters, bank statements, etc. And there are occasionally an interesting puzzle here. There's like a little constraint satisfaction puzzle where we're talking to different people and trying to figure out who lives in what house. I think probably that was the most enjoyable part. And there is a story being told here that we're trying to solve. Quite a bit more ciphers and codes than we're used to in this kind of game. Some of them work, some of them don't. But this was not a successful experience here. And I think a couple things really went wrong. The first thing is that the rules are explained very briefly, and this whole mechanic of the tasks, we went through everything. We spent the first couple hours still not understanding how we were to start task 1, like how were we to answer the game. And maybe you could look at that as interesting, like an interesting puzzle of figuring out how do you even begin. We did eventually figure that out, and that was kind of clever. But then things went downhill after that, because these additional tasks were so ambiguous that we often found ourselves just laying out the 3 answers, looking at the 3 answers, and then using that to say, well, it couldn't be this, it must be this. A very weird experience, where half of the tasks didn't feel like properly framed puzzles in this narrative world. It's almost like this game couldn't make up its mind about whether we were really investigating this murder or whether we were just solving these arbitrary puzzles, like someone would just give us the names of suspects for no reason in a bank statement. Very weird and frustrating. Then there was this whole issue of the game wanting us to answer questions wrong based on it thinking that we didn't have enough evidence at that point to answer them correctly. There was this whole weird middle game period where it was like, is this person's alibi good or bad? And we came up with the right answer, but it wanted us to answer wrongly because it thought we didn't figure out some other piece of information. It almost seemed like this stack of evidence, it didn't want us to go through freely. It wanted us to only grab evidence as it was mentioned and proceed sequentially, which would have been fine if that's what the rules said, but the rules are almost completely opposite. The rules say take these 2 items, put them aside, you're not allowed to look at those yet. And then every other cold case game just has you look through the evidence. So that was a very weird miss. And then the whole story, the solution to it was totally bizarre. Like, we're used to some red herrings in games, but this one was completely out of left field, and so many details were totally irrelevant. And then at the very finale, it threw in these crazy cockamamie schemes and people totally out of left field. So I don't really, this is a very weird production here. They're clearly trying to do a couple things nice. I think mechanically you could keep most of this stuff and just maybe stage the evidence and say, don't look at evidence until you're told to get it, with a little icon that says when you should grab it. And then this is just miscalibrated in terms of how much red herring and when to reveal information and how evidence gets brought into the case. Those were all misfiring here. So I can't recommend it. Maybe I'd give this maybe a 5 or a 6. I do think it's clear a lot of work went into here, and some of the codes and stuff were well done, but I don't think I can recommend this game as it is. Now we're going to go to the chat for some spoiler-filled discussion with people who played it along with me. And you can see lots of confusion here about what just happened. Remember, spoilers here. Why on earth were they paying her a monthly sum? How did she not realize they were her parents before the kidnapping? What about the blood in the car? Didn't she know they were her parents? Didn't they say they tried to convince her? She must have known. Maybe the payment was a way to keep her near them. How did they even kidnap her in the first place? How did it even come to that? She was last seen in her car on a motorway. How did they get into her house just a few doors down from her without anyone seeing? Such a dumb and convoluted story, it really doesn't matter. Did they drive the car there and fake the blood to make people think she was dead? So many unanswered questions. Expertise Gaming says there were a lot of twists in the case. Well, that's true. That last little 1981 thing was all wrong too. Like there's like 3 dates in there. There's no reason. I guess we were supposed to assume, we were supposed to figure out that that thing was somehow related to the case. There were a lot of answers where it was like, you're not meant to understand what's happening. You're just meant to understand that this is the right answer to it because of the 3 choices. That's the only one that you can find those numbers. You'd think her husband would have noticed the mysterious couple paying the $300 a month. I feel like the based on a true story is their way of not taking accountability for a story that makes little sense. Rob says it was a good playthrough, though. Because the game was awful in a fun way, the story was stupid and relied basically on incredible ciphers. This combined with a rulebook failure made it entertaining. Story definitely did not make sense. So I think Costanza is right. I would use the term inspired by a previous story rather than based on. All the inspired stuff is a scam. All of the points about inspired by something, that's all a scam. It's never accurate. Debbie says, I think rulebook failure is too harsh. They gave us instructions, we just didn't follow them. No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree, Debbie, that we didn't follow the instructions. The instructions said to take these 2 pieces of evidence, put them in a box, and don't access them until we're told. Nothing else was mentioned about the evidence. If so, then it's our fault. Let me see. Check the contents, make sure you have everything. Put aside these 2 things, which we did. Set aside the number cards face up, set them in rows. That's a bad idea too. You don't need to do that. Then turn over the thing to begin. There is no discussion about why you shouldn't be going through all the evidence. And if you go through all the evidence, then you start answering these other questions wrong because the game doesn't think you should know the answers. So I do not agree with Debbie that we didn't follow the instructions. It feels to me like we completely followed the instructions exactly as we were told. It was very unclear how to use the task cards. It could have been explained. Yes, they didn't explain at all how to use the task cards either. Why on earth did they want us to lay all of them out at the beginning? That's wrong too. Well, Debbie, the first task did not tell us. We weren't told what the first task was. We really weren't. We were told to talk to people, find out who lived where, but we had no idea what our how to pick through those cards. So we went through all the evidence for everything. Were the numbers and symbols at the end of that page another cipher? Is it explained? No, it wasn't. Derek is asking what we're doing tomorrow. No, we're just focused on today for now. It's not that we were supposed to discard the evidence. They gave us some specific tasks to start with. We went off tangents, solving everything else at once. Well, we tried to do their first task, but having done that, we didn't know what to do with it. So we went looking for more information, expecting that we were going to get something to tell us how we pick one of those number 1 cards. But Antina says, yes, but the revelation of the surname initials was one of the best moments. It seemed, yes, the first task was to identify the neighbors. The question is, what do we do after that? With nothing clear to do, we had to keep reading. If it had just said, figure out the neighbors and pick one of the task 1 answers based on that, then I think we would have had a different experience. All right. Anyway, there you have it. If any of you who played along want to give it a numeric rating, we'll leave that up on the screen for now, but not a game I would recommend. Although I guess what we could give some advice to help people have a better time here. I guess the advice we would give is that you will do one task at a time. When you read the single sentence that tells you what your task is, you should focus only on that and figure out a way to pick one of the cards for your current lowest numbered unfinished task. And probably you shouldn't be looking at evidence other than the evidence it explicitly tells you to go grab. Patricia says 4 to 5 rating. Debbie agrees. So I guess we're all coming down with a sort of a 4 to 5. All right, there you have it. Without a Trace. If they made another one of these and tried to address these issues, I guess I'd play it again. I'd want some assurance, though, that these things are fixed, because I don't really want such a crazy, insane storyline, although maybe it would go a little smoother going step by step. But on the other hand, I've said good things about some of the puzzles. There were quite a few puzzles there that weren't pleasant, like the folding puzzle. So yeah, I guess I'm going to make this a 4, and not for me. Not for me, but I do think mechanically they might be able to make it work if they go back to the drawing board. All right, thank you for joining me. 24 people here somehow. Probably later this week we'll be playing something else back to our normal late night sessions. Maybe another game of Vantage, maybe something else. I'll see you next time.